Good evening. Welcome to the April 6th, 2023 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. We'll be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and this Cohasset Stormwater Management and Wetland Protection Bylaws. We're operating tonight's meeting using the Zoom platform and ask the public who wish to speak to enter their questions or comments into the chat box. Please include your name and address. Alternatively, you can raise your hand and Charlotte will promote you to speak. Present this evening on behalf of the commission are our conservation administrator, Andrew Giso, and the town conservation agent, Charlotte Patel. Now take a roll call vote of commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Chris McFarland, present. We have a quorum of 4 commissioners. If Will Ashton shows up, we'll add him to the list. We'll be taking all votes tonight via roll call with commissioners answering yay, nay, or abstain. Tonight we have 6 hearings, all continued from previous dates. Our first hearing this evening is NOI 23-10 for Wampanoag State Park to restore access to a trail along the street, to a trail and across the stream. This is continued from March 23rd, 2023.
Hey, Peter, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know why my audio is not working. Oh, there it is. Audio is working. Okay. So good evening. This is Peter Williams. Looking for the submitted this proposal for the DCR and the Friends of Wampatuck. Give you a quick recap. We were here at the last hearing. So we're dealing with a basically a stone ford across an intermittent stream. So we're looking to do the removal of about 8 by 9 feet of stone in the stream to open up the stream to free flow. And then install a 6 by 16 foot long bridge across that opening to maintain the trail access. And then we're proposing an adjacent trail to install a boardwalk in an area that is basically historically has been a trail, but also is a BVW, which has some sections that have been damaged by flooding as a result of the installation of the ford. I have submitted some additional information that Charlotte requested and have adjusted our proposal to address the comments received and to address concerns of the, I believe, of the commissioners. If you want, if I could, I guess would it be easier if I showed the plan and kind of go over what the changes were? And so am I at this point able to?
Yes, you can share your screen.
Okay, so this is the existing conditions plan.
We're not sharing yet.
Okay. Where do I share? I'm sorry, share screen. Okay, got it.
No, it generally takes 2. There you go.
There we are.
Yeah. So this is the existing conditions plan, which shows the stream with we've actually submitted revised plans that more clearly show the stone across the stream, the adjacent trail, and some of the other things, the limit of the 50-foot buffer. All of this work, as I mentioned in the previous hearing, is within BVW and floodplain. So there's I showed the plan at a larger scale so you could clearly see the work. So you can't see a 100-foot buffer, but in places you can see the 50-foot buffer on the plan. I'm going to stop the share for a minute to switch to the proposed plan, if I'm doing this correctly now. Share screen. And we're going to the proposed plan. Okay. Let me. Hey, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we're looking at the section of the bridge at this
Right.
point.
Right, okay, great. I'm gonna zoom back out for a minute and whoops. Oh, let's see how this is done. Okay, so what we are proposing, as I showed you on the existing conditions plan, is that we're gonna build a bridge across the existing stream. And this area here, now where you see those measurements, is an area where the ford, the stone, currently the stone fills this whole area and is blocking the stream. So we're going to pull that out, and then we're going to allow the stream to flow freely. There we go. That's what I want. And I'm having trouble finding how to move in a different direction. But as you can see, right now, the water is blocked by the ford and the water flows down. And so into this trail area. So in that area, we're proposing to put in a boardwalks where the area has been severely damaged and basically consists of mud, and it's unwalkable. When a lot of the time of the year, it does dry out at certain periods of the year, but when the water is flowing, it's unmanageable, and you can't get down it. That construction is shown in this lower portion where we're going to put in basically like pilings. They're very short pilings of about 6 by 8 inches, just to get the timber work above the grades. And then a cross beam, and then stringers with decking across. The decking will be 2 by 6 decking with 1.5 inch gaps between the decks to maintain the sunlight through there. Let me see. So we've also, since the last set of plans, we've removed the flood compensation area. In the previous application, I had assumed that the benefits of the flood compensation could make up for the need for what BVW mitigation. So I am, as normally done in NOIs, I am using the area of removal of the stone to compensate for any of the new volume occupied by the structures within the required to build the bridges and the boardwalks. The structural fill is about 80 cubic feet. And the removal of the stone is about 96 cubic feet of removal. So there's no need to provide additional floodplain compensation. Currently, the actual footprint of the structure within the BVW, the boardwalk area, is 26 square feet. And what we are proposing is to provide 52 square feet of wetland mitigation. At this time, we haven't developed a specific area. It's a pretty small area, and we're asking that the commission consider that the requirement to provide this 52 feet of square feet of wetland replication could be done as a special condition of the order conditions if they are issued. We're also asking the commission to approve a waiver to their bylaw. Obviously, this type of work, there's no possible way to do this outside of the 50-foot buffer, and there's no alternative that will provide the necessary improvements and restoration of the stream, and which has its the flood reduction benefits of the project. So I guess I would ask for if the commission has any questions on this or other items they need to be addressed.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. Is the current Ford, is there mortar in it?
No, there is no mortar. It's just been stone that's been placed there over the years. And silt and sand has,
Yep.
been filling in these voids, and that's why, sometimes the stream can flow through these voids. But during the higher flow periods, it's not enough capacity, and it actually kind of flows down the left side and then goes down this trail.
Okay, and what will you do with the stones that you take out of the Ford?
They will be, and I have stated this in the NOI, they will be removed from the site and used at other trails or other projects outside of bordering vegetated wetland or any areas within, DEP or the town's jurisdiction.
Right. Any questions by commissioners?
I just have a comment that this is sort of everything we don't want to see in a resource, let alone a 50-foot buffer. It's a pre-existing trail, so not quite sure how to do with it. What to do with this? Mr. Williams suggested that there's no other alternatives. I wonder if that's actually accurate. It seems like it somewhere there on the left of that diagram that's sort of the lower left of our screen. You could certainly go up the hill somewhere around here and just pass this by and let it recover.
Well, actually, I'm looking at what looks like a trail map, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Williams, but it looks like there's already an existing higher ground trail that comes down to the same point that would, you may still need some crossing, but the trail that goes right along the wetlands is, there's two ways to get to the same spot. Is that correct? I'm looking at Mass Mapper. I don't know if that's like an.
Now, you are correct. There are two trails, but this trail that, as you can, it's on the plan here that this goes off in this direction, goes about this direction, then almost goes up a extremely steep trail. It's basically this whole area along the side of the trail, which then continues here, is a ledge outcrop that goes up about 30 to 40 feet and is extremely steep. I have to tell you that we refer to this trail going down that the mountain bikers as Dumb and Dumber, because it's like you're kind of stupid to go down this trail. It's very, very steep, and it's not what is typically it's just a trail that has occurred over the area. I mean, this trail will be used by first responders, and it's also used by I forget, Eversource, I believe, is that they use this because you also have the utility line that crosses this area. So they use this line to get out there to maintain their utility line. We have filed this NOI as a limited project because there is, in my opinion, limited to maintain the proper access out to this, through this section of the trail system. And the trail was built in, I have records showing that the trail has been here since 1974.
Nevertheless, just as an example of what we don't want to see in our wetlands. And I think it's particularly egregious to have it in a public space like this. What is wilderness, essentially, or it's returning to wilderness after being used for a number of things, including the power line. And it just seems like there needs to be an alternative to this. I've seen these things done before, and these boardwalks, of course, nothing grows under them. It's only a matter of time before that wood decays and in 10 years or 15 years, somebody like you, Mr. Williams, is back here saying, oh, we need to repair it. And maybe we need to put in cement, or maybe needs to be bigger or whatever. I just don't think that we've been provided with anything that convinces me that there are no alternatives here.
The other question I think that I had raised the last time you presented this was whether or not the removal of the stones would actually, what the loss of actual wetlands would be from that. Is there anything further on that?
I think your question previously was, is the removal of the stone and the reduction of the flooding going to impact the viability of the BVW? I think you asked that at the last hearing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah,
Okay, well, the BVW in this area, as you can see, is on both sides of the trail, and the left side of the trail in this area is an area that's actually going up gradient. It's a steep slope in that area. So the flooding is periodic. It doesn't happen. It can go a year or so without occurring. It depends on the intensity of the rainfall. So it's not the primary provider of water to this wetland area. As I mentioned, the BVW extends the slope, up the slope. And basically the groundwater, this is basically a groundwater BVW, is maintained by this large pond area, which is, we're not even showing close to this area, this wetland pond area, that basically provides the groundwater that maintains this BVW buffer along there. I'd like to also mention, this area is designated as BVW. The area within the trail where we're limiting our work is a very degraded BVW. I mean, there's some sedge in there. The areas that we show where we're doing the work is basically eroded areas that have just formed mud. I mean, there's no vegetation in that area currently. But surrounding the trees and the adjacent to this will are wetland plants and species. Currently, we have people using this trail, and when it's flooded, they don't walk on the trail. They go in the adjacent BVW areas and do more damage than that. That's walkers and bikers. And what I feel is appropriate is that we put in these means to maintain access for the utilities and responders and the walkers and bikers, so that they can walk down through this area of the park and not cause further damage. And I would see that the flat areas adjacent to this boardwalk will probably regenerate more sedge as they're not being stepped on by passerbys.
So in other words, if it weren't used, it would recover?
True, but if we don't take the stone fort out, I mean, it's a combination of trying to maintain the access of, to this area of the park. The flooding, is significant and erodes some of the area in there and is covering it with gravel. It's not like we're proposing a new trail. This is just trying to maintain an existing trail.
So what we don't see in your diagrams really is the larger context here. What's the scale on that? That scale bar is,
It varies between the different plans.
yeah. So
Okay.
20 feet on one, 30 on another.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you zoom out a ways, at least on the satellite imagery, you can see that this wetland is sort of like shaped like a thumb, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it could be avoided. Despite, at some point on this trail, peeling off to the, I guess, the west, and going upland a little ways, and then returning to the trail at some point and allowing this to recover. So there are alternatives here that really haven't been presented to us. What you're looking for is a variance, which we're always reluctant to grant in the 50-foot buffer, and we very infrequently see transgressions into the resource itself. Rarely do we see this. And granted, this is a trail that's been there since the 70s. Should never been put in there in the first place, but it's there. And I'm just wondering how we can make this better, other than just making it more pedestrian friendly. How do we make it wetland friendly? If the damage is caused by people, it seems like the solution is to remove the people, particularly the mountain bikers. So you can make the argument that this is a rare and unusual circumstance, and that that private interests are involved, that the benefits are to the public to be able to use the trail. I'm making your argument for you, I guess.
And this
That's true.
this little piece of wetlands is really, I've traveled here and I've been there since the last time, accessed through Duane Street. I mean, it's just like the amount of dog waste that is on the upper section of this, where the paved areas where people access is, can't be good. So, chipping away at the southern end while it's getting all these extra nutrients, and the northern part is, it's, and then you get the reservoir right down below. So I mean, it's like I don't know. I agree with Tom. I think that there needs to be a little more exploration into alternatives, and at least if there's going to be some sort of restoration proposed, to not just do it on a handshake, but to have some sort of plan, I would think.
In terms of the BVW replication, I did confirm that if we were to issue an order of conditions, off-site BVW replication as a condition for this project is feasible. It's preferred to have it obviously in this area, but if we can't do that, it can be done in within the BVW system around this intermittent stream, preferably within the same watershed at the very least. And if the commission wanted to, you could condition it in a way to come back either with an amended NOI or to present the location, work with the agent, work with whoever to establish this. Brad Holmes did submit a replication plan, but obviously we don't know the specific location yet. So, any sort of condition to confirm the replication area and review it, that can be done through a special condition through this NOI. So it doesn't need to be a separate NOI.
So I'd just like to say that this project, in my opinion, kind of replicates what we allow for with boardwalks going through salt marshes and similar. And, the applicant's not under any commitment to stop users from using this trail, and what they're trying to do is make for a better situation. Hopefully encouraging people to stay on the trail and limiting damage beyond it. So I think that what we really, Tom, I agree with you. It would be nice if all our wetlands were looked at in a manner that kept people from damaging them, but what we're really looking here is one of two options. One is a denial, which would keep the situation as it is now, which has the flooding condition and potentially more damage to existing vegetation, or we could approve it, in which case these boardwalks and bridge would be implemented, and maybe it's a better condition or not. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I guess I'm expressing my frustration as much as anything here, that, you know, here we are in the resource, and we really don't see people working in the resource very frequently. That the dock situation is another one of those that it's hard for us to deal with, I think.
Mhm.
And this is a similar thing. I think the major difference is those docks are all for the private benefit of landowners, and this actually is for the public benefit, which in my mind justifies, can justify a variance. I just wish I'd seen some more careful planning, or at least proposal of some alternatives here. I'm looking at the topography here. It is steep, but there are places where you could peel off this trail and cross that intermittent stream and get right back to the trail without going across this thumb-like projection of the wetland. And I think it would probably take some sort of barricade to discourage people from walking there and to steer them up the hill. But there are places where the slope is modest, and I think that could be accomplished. I think if I saw that alternative, it'd be better, it'd be easier for it to swallow. But we're looking at a microscopic view of something that, you know, an area that is somewhere in the neighborhood of, you know, 1,000 by 1,000 feet, something like that. And keeping in mind that yeah, that sounds like a lot for a private residential lot, but it's not a lot when you're talking about Wampatuck Park.
Mr. Williams is
I would, you know, I understand Mr. Bello's concern about the alternatives, but I think in a case where if we were proposing a new trail, I would certainly 100% agree with that you'd have to evaluate all the different alternatives. But what we're dealing it right here with, maintaining an existing trail, you know, alternatives would mean, you know, for, you know, more disturbance of upland areas with new trails going through forested area, which have their value also. They may not be BVW, but you know, the DCR and you know, and myself, you know, agree that, you know, we should, you know, limit the disturbance within these areas and maintain. We're basically trying to maintain the existing trails and provide access. I mean, the importance of, you know, access, easy access for first responders has been no greater shown to me in an incident in the last month or two where we had a serious accident and it took a long time for responders to get out there. And maintaining a trail like this so responders can get out in cases of emergency is very important to me, and I think to a lot of the people that use the park.
Well, I'm not sure I subscribe to that at all. If you go walking in the woods, you need to be prepared for whatever may happen. And unfortunately, we see a lot of people who've lost touch with the outside and they do kind of dumb stuff. It's like you said, you're talking about people riding their mountain bikes down this a short little trail. You should see what those mountain bikers do. They'll drop 2,000 or 3,000 feet in the Rockies over stuff that would scare the daylights out of any of us. So people, there's no, I don't buy the emergency response argument. If that case, why not just pave all these trails or make them wide enough for an ambulance?
No one is arguing that, but accidents
I
do
didn't
happen.
think so, but if you want to make it accessible for first responders, where do you stop there, right? You got first responders that hang on cliff faces to save people.
But even in this response of we're just trying to maintain what's there. We're not trying to widen it or anything. And, you know, if we can give them 4 to 6 feet, then they can get there. And so,
Well, if the people that are in trouble got there, I'm sure the first responders can get there too.
Or Mr. Chair, I know I was late, but am I allowed to weigh in here or not on this? I was at the last meeting.
Yes, Will, you may.
Okay, so
Please do.
well, what's that?
Please do.
Okay, so I mean, my house is right around the corner here. I go in here all the time. I know it really well. It's where this trail is. It's unrealistic to have an alternate route because you have to cross the stream anywhere you go to get where this trail goes. Because it goes from Heron Pond down to the swamp that's behind my house. So like the proponent said here, I think that because it's an existing trail that they're just making better. I would agree with what you said about less impact.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any possibility to enhance you know, the signage and directions for this trail to kind of further ensure that no you know, additional damage to the BVW and the upland area in the 50-foot buffer is disturbed if this trail would to be repaired, Peter? Or, you know, are there any alternatives for that, to put in any sort of additional signage, restricted use for maybe mountain bikers? I'm not sure. Just trying to think of, you know, if we were to issue an order of conditions for this, are there any possible means of trying to ensure the protection of this BVW area so that it's not further degraded if we were to approve this project?
I'm not sure what could be done for restricted use. Most of these trails are open to all users of all, you know, we have snow skiers and like that. I will, you know, we have been, the Friends of Wampatuck really are concerned with, you know, how the people use the park. And I think you've seen that just in the recent history, we've installed a dog collection station that will hopefully reduce the amount of dog waste that's placed there. This is, I don't know if you're aware, but this is a station that's been paid for by the Friends of Wampatuck and requires a $10 a week charge for someone to come in and take away the waste that's accumulated. And the FOW has committed to maintaining this, and we've done it at 2 places in just the last couple of weeks, and we'll be looking at other locations. We're concerned about the trails, the use of the park, and making a better and safer place to enjoy the outdoors.
Doug Lorma, I'm the treasurer of Friends of Wampatuck. We purchased the dog waste stations, the one at Doan Street, and it cost of $850. And there's also one near the visitor center. So we paid for that. And Friends of Wampatuck does own them. It's actually $20 per week per station that we've committed to pay for. So our group is very committed to the park. And we're very committed to improving this trail as well as other trails throughout the park. So our commitment is very genuine. So just want to make that point known. I actually am the treasurer of Friends of Wampatuck, so I'm deeply involved, as is Peter. So I want to get that point across.
Thank you. Any other comments by commissioners?
I'm less concerned about the stream crossing than the fact that a good part of the trail is in the resource.
Basically, the work, I mean, it's a varied resource area because, I mean, we show the whole trail as being within the resource area, but the areas of work are these muddy areas that are, when they become wet, you can't walk in them. They're not growing vegetation because they're just, you know, very oversaturated soils during periods of time. And you know, I mean, it's BVW, but it's maybe not your prime, you know, plant growing base area. And we feel that the preventing people from the boardwalk will prevent people, will promote, you know, basically the people who are walking outside of the path of the trail when this is wet. It runs like a river. I mean, that's the other thing. The pictures I've submitted in the NOI show that it runs like a river when that fort overflows. And people literally go outside the trail just to avoid the water. And that still will occur because it is a location where water comes down the other direction and comes off those steep slopes. And those wet areas will get wet, but they won't be a river after we remove the ford.
You're making an argument about, again, why the trail should not be there, in my mind.
But it's already there,
It is,
and
already,
this will improve the situation that is there now.
yeah, I agree, Will. It's already there. It will be an improvement.
I mean, you can make the argument when a lot of times when you do public parks, you have to sometimes cross wetlands to provide access to larger areas. And, you know, you try to mitigate it as much as you can. And, but in the overall, you provide the benefit of people getting out in the woods, which I feel is, you know, promotes health, promotes, you know, sanity. And peace of mind. And it's, you know, I feel that's why I feel so strongly about this.
I completely agree with that.
Okay. I don't see any comments from the public, so I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing and to issue an order of conditions for NOI 23-10 with the special conditions that the mitigation landscape needs to be presented to Charlotte within, what's reasonable amount of time?
I would have to say 2 months because we
Okay.
hope to do this work in the summer and to
Yep.
be, you know, set up that we should have this, you know, identified before we do any work out there.
Okay, so we'll say the mitigation plan has to be provided to Charlotte within 60 days. I'll also make the second condition that some restrictions have to be placed to make sure that during construction, the trail is, or the BVW is not being damaged more because of materials that are in the way of the actual path. So either the trail will have to be shut down, or the work will have to proceed so quickly that that people are not forced to tromp through the BVW while construction is underway. I don't know, does anyone else have any special conditions?
Yes, I'd like to add a condition that a kiosk or sign be posted explaining the value of the wetlands and why people need to stay in the trail. Both ends of it. So anybody approaching it, it may not keep them from damaging the wetland further, but at least they've been told that that's not a good thing.
May I interject here?
Yes, please.
I am we fully accept those conditions. And I think that's a good idea from Mr. Bell. And just that these projects, this project will be done in 2 phases, probably the ford removal and then the boardwalk construction, because it only makes sense to, start the flooding before we do the construction of the boardwalk. Each of these projects will probably take from 2 to 3 days at the most to do them.
Mhm.
And the trail will be shut down at both times when we're doing the construction.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second,
Having a motion and a second to issue the order of conditions for NOI 23-10, we'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, yes.
Tom Bell,
on the line,
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0. We also need to issue a variance for work within the buffer and the resource area. So I'll make a motion to that effect. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue variance for work within the resource area. Take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Tom Bell,
on Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams, and just stay in touch with Charlotte to get the mitigation plan to her. That'd be great.
Will do, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next hearing this evening is,
Thank you.
Did you say something, Charlotte? Okay. Next hearing this evening is NOI 23-06 at 85 Jerusalem Road. Deck, post, and landscaping continued from March 2nd, 2023. So, Tom, I understand that you and Eric went to the site, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Great.
Hi, Bart, we do have the applicant in the audience as well. I'm not sure. Oh, there she is. She's coming through.
So, Mr. Lipinski, I'm not sure if there's anything you want to start with, or
Sure. I'd like to say good evening to everybody. We were here on the 2nd of March. We did submit updated drawings to make them a little bit easier to understand, along with a color rendering that easily compares current existing conditions to our proposed conditions. If I am able to share my screen, I think I have my Zoom issues resolved, so I got my fingers crossed. If you could see my screen, which I believe you can.
yes, you can.
So a recap from where we left off, I will most likely use this drawing for most of our presentation. What we're looking at here is current conditions. In tan is the house. We kind of outlined the current lawn area that comes from around the side of the house. There is a small wall, a couple steps in this area, and then it's basically lawn that comes all the way around the house, back to Gammons Road. We stopped the color at the approximate vegetation line. What we also show in this plan is a couple of red lines. So this first one that I'm kind of tracing right now is the first floor of the house above. From the front of the house, we walk into the first floor. At the rear of the house, we're below the basement floor. Up above, again, is a room of the house. And then the outside red line is a set of steps that comes up to an existing deck that follows all the way around the back side of the house. Pretty much everything that's back there at this point that is shaded in green is lawn area now. Now I'll bring you over to our proposed plan. Again, the same area in green is our limits. Everything that's green is going to stay lawn, which currently is lawn. We propose a stone fire pit off to the side of the house. The darker green would be proposed plant beds, so that would be lawn area that would be removed. And then we would propose a second deck, which is below the existing deck. That's this area here in white. So we still would have access as we come down from the driveway to this deck, a new set of steps that'll get us down to the lower yard, or we could walk along the back of the house and come out the other side of the yard. We do propose some boulders to raise the grade up a little bit, and those are these areas we see in gray. As mentioned in the last meeting, we wanted to bring the grade up because the existing deck above needs some work. It needs new footings, it needs new posts. So we wanted to raise those up as well, but not have big concrete footings sticking out of the grade. So this area would be filled under the existing deck. We tried to keep most of the work or any of the work under the existing deck as far as any grade changes or anything like that. The fire pit, I know it was discussed at the meeting this week, possibly moving it in a couple different locations. I just wanted to explain why we ended up with it where it is. One was, this is a set of steps that takes us down from the deck above. So we wanted to make this area easily accessible. So we kept that fire pit at the same grade as the base of the steps. We would cut into the grade a little bit, but we would propose some granite stairs or seating that we could use for steps or seating, and then fill a little bit, which we would have some steps again on the opposite side. The second reason why we kept this in this area is because we wanted to keep that view corridor open as big as possible. We do have some big trees in this area, and as we go a little bit past this, where the grade really steepens up, the vegetation is pretty thick. So we didn't want to keep it down too close to the wetland, and we obviously, the further we push it up the hill, then we kind of narrow that corridor down. Those were basically, well, these renderings to make things easier were the big improvement that we made from the plans you saw at the last meeting. We did remove some of the salt cord grass that we had up in this area for mitigation and down at this area as well. We discussed with the homeowners, they had some questions about invasives from the wetlands introducing themselves back into the yard. So we talked about it and discussed this options that we had if we were to use a different plant or remove those plant beds completely. The lawn in the lower part of the yard doesn't need much maintenance, and it is keeping the invasives from spreading. So we decided that we would remove those beds to not introduce the opportunity for plants or invasives to come across, or to have the a maintenance plan for invasives that the owners would have to deal with. I could walk you through the plans if anybody wants to go through those quickly, or I could answer any questions that anybody might have.
Yeah, let's see if anyone has questions. Tom, you've been out there. Maybe you could give us your thoughts. I know when I look at photographs, it seems that the wetland and a lot of vegetation comes much closer to the house than what's shown on the plan. So maybe you could tell us a little bit.
Well, I didn't see that. We didn't actually look for the wetlands flags. They may have been there and they may have not. There's a narrow band of Phragmites that runs along the margin of the salt marsh itself that, as we well know, are not so easy to remove, if it's even possible to remove Phragmites. Our experience here in town has been that it's generally not possible without using herbicides, which we prohibit. The underneath the deck, clearly the structural supports need to be replaced. Some of it doesn't look safe even now, so I didn't have any objections to that proposal, nor the deck that's going to be built under it, because it's being built under the deck and on pre-existing lawn. Where I see the most problematic area is the fire pit. And that is still in the 50-foot buffer. It does not look like it could be moved. We at the time, we thought that the 50-foot buffer, it wasn't flagged when we were out there. We thought that it was approximately through the middle of the fire pit here, but clearly it's still, the whole fire pit's in the 50. And while, of course, anybody would want to have a wider view, it's still in the 50-foot buffer. And it's my opinion that it could be moved farther up the hill. Yes, you're going to sacrifice some of your view shed, but to the extent that it can be moved at least as far away from the wetland as possible, that's what I'd like to see. Chris, did you get out there?
I did not.
Okay, and Eric's not here, so I think Eric would probably agree with my summary anyway of what we saw.
Charlotte, do you have anything to add?
Not at the moment, but we do have Yvonne, the applicant, raising her hand. If we want to let her, summarize anything else.
Can I speak?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
sorry, sorry, not familiar with this. Just two things. Chris, you mentioned that sort of from pictures and perhaps having seen it, you weren't sure about the width of the lawn strip, and that sort of visually it looks narrower than that. That might well be the case when you look at it from a distance, because of the slope up from the wetlands. It actually does look pretty narrow, and actually the lawn does sometimes, in times of when there's been high rainfall or very high tides, the lawn itself does get pretty waterlogged. So the markers were very definitely on the edge of the Phragmites, but actually frankly, we don't really use that space very much just because it does tend to blend in a little bit with the water. And part of our thinking in raising, sort of raising the beds around the boulders and then sort of putting a deck in is to break it up such that we can actually sort of use the space below the decks a bit more, the deck a bit more, and then the lawn bit below that, allow that to continue just blending in with the wetland. The second thing is, I sort of, completely, we do appreciate Bark's reasoning on positioning of the fire pit sort of where it is on the plan. But Bob and I aren't particularly attached to it necessarily being there. Certainly when we walked around there with Tom and Eric, actually, if it does shift a little bit to the side, a little bit further back, we'd be entirely comfortable with that. I don't think it necessarily would detract too much from the view. And frankly, if we have to walk a bit further to the fire pit, or if the leveling isn't quite the same, it may not be sort of quite as optimal as Grady's had designed, but we'd be entirely open to that.
Thank you.
I just say that the Phragmites bed appears to be about 25 feet wide. It pinches and swells here and there, but it's compared to much of what we see around town, it's not a real significant stand of Phragmites.
So what wasn't there a proposal last week that there was going to be some mitigation planting?
We do have mitigation plant. We will be mitigating. So if I go back to this plan, we currently propose about approximately 343 square feet of impervious material. So that would be the stones for the patio around the fire pit, the actual steps themselves. Proposed mitigation is everything that we see here in the brighter green, which would be approximately 662 feet. So we're not quite at 2 to 1, but we're well over the 1.5 to 1 as far as proposed mitigation, lawn removal for the hardscape that we propose.
Charlotte, have you been to the site? Do you have any
Yes.
comments? Do you have any comments?
Not necessarily, but I did have one clarifying question for Bart. Just looking at the NOI again, obviously the majority of this work lies within the 50-foot buffer, but you had mentioned in the NOI that you think this is riverfront area from an unnamed tributary to Little Harbor. Can you explain that a little bit? And if we do need a variance in this case for greater than 1,000 square feet of resource area riverfront alteration?
I will have to get some additional info from the engineers at the office.
Okay, yeah, and the NOI, it says unnamed tributary to Little Harbor. I was trying to look it up on stream stats, but I didn't see it. Tom, I'm not sure if you're able to beat me to it,
Yeah,
but
that's not a perennial stream. It's
okay,
a marsh creek, if you will.
okay. So we're not dealing with riverfront here?
No, I don't
because that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
I don't think so.
Okay. But I guess in terms of the site, the only other comment that I'll just note, and I think Tom and Eric may have seen this on site, just a little bit below where the proposed fire pit is, there was a small PVC drainage pipe. I think that was connecting from the roofs, the roof areas. And so I guess just that would not get disturbed, correct, with the construction of the fire pit if it were to be approved here, and any landscaping that's going to be in that general area?
I
It's
don't
like right
recall.
around elevation 12 and 10 on the site plan here.
Okay, no,
it's just-
it might be in a plant bed now,
Mhm.
but we wouldn't need to disrupt it.
It
Okay.
looks like it's in pretty rough shape, maybe not entirely connected in places. It was probably buried at one point and now it's exposed here and there. And if I recall correctly, there are spots where it should be exposed, but there's nothing there. So it may not be serving any purpose.
Yeah, if it's somewhere in this area, you can see we're actually adding a plant bed to that area.
Yeah.
The fire pit itself, we might do a little bit of grading out just to make it easier to walk off the fire pit down to 12 and down to 10 and around. But if it's somewhere in here, I don't think we'd be anywhere. We'd be helping by removing the lawn and putting it in a plant bed. That's all. we'd be
Mr.
doing.
Lipinski, the place you selected for the fire pit has a steeper gradient than if you just scoot it back to the southwest a bit, where the lawn, the gradient on the lawn is somewhat less.
Well, as Yvonne said, we could shift it back if it helps. Again, we wanted to make sure people come off. This is a landing here, which is right around 15. So we tried to make it easy to go back and forth. If we have to push it up a little bit, it does get a little bit flatter. Maybe we could remove a little bit of a set of steps, or we're using the steps as seats as well, but maybe one of those sets could come off, and it would be a little bit less grading. Once we find a location, we'll know when we could rework the grading and find out exactly what we have to do to.
You can't remove it from the 50-foot buffer. You just don't have room. But
Nope.
farther away, you can move from the wetland and also moving it upslope so that you're not having to excavate as much.
Right.
Would be an improvement, I think.
Yep, we could do that.
And we stood where we thought the center of it would be, and I think Ms. Monroe would agree that the viewscape, the viewscape was changed, but not radically changed. It would still be a marvelous view. Anybody would love to have it.
Yeah, we agree with that.
Tom, I'm curious. If Eric made any comments when he was there.
I think I'm blending his and mine together.
Okay.
Yeah, we were I think he and I were on pretty much the same page about virtually everything here. We looked under the deck and agreed that the impact was going to be not real significant, and clearly the deck needs to be supported. It looks structurally unsound.
Mm-hmm.
And we both, I know we both were in agreement about trying to scoot that. It would be an improvement to scoot that fire pit to the southwest as far as is practical to do that. Maybe a little closer to the house and to that retaining wall.
Mr. Lipinski, what's the detail on the hardscape there for the fire pit?
The hardscape would be something similar to a tumbled bluestone on stone dust. So the slabs would vary in size from 3 to 4 to 5 feet, irregular. Probably a gravel or crushed stone base. So we would still be getting drainage going through that patio. It's not a slab of concrete where we're going to be having a runoff coming off of it. In most cases, too, small ground covers could even be put in those cracks over time.
Right.
could the grade of that be set such that any water that falls on it flows towards the center? And that way you can direct it right into your gravel bed and hopefully infiltrate it.
Yeah, it's only 6 feet.
Yeah.
6 foot wide, enough room for an Adirondack chair or something like that. But yeah, the stones could be tipped at a small percentage to have them run off. And they're not flat too, they're irregular. So some of the
Right.
water might actually sit on the stones themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, Tom, you've been there. I mean, I'm working more from photographs, but I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, you know, this is a situation where we're in the 50-foot buffer. The house is in the 50-foot buffer. The lawn is almost completely in the 50-foot buffer. But at the same time, you know, we typically don't allow for development in the 50-foot buffer. And I think, you know, there's a part of all of us that look at this and say, well, you know, there's very little opportunity on this particular property to do anything but be in the 50-foot buffer, and yet it is a disturbance. So it's, you know, I look at the new deck on the back side and realizing that much of that is on top of gravel. You know, the deck doesn't bother me. The digging in to put larger boulders, I'm not sure whether that's adverse or of benefit. The planting of shrubbery instead of grass is a benefit. I wish it could be done without putting without kind of digging and filling and such. Just because anything we do in the 50 is something that typically is frowned upon. So, and then of course the fire pit. You know, I don't know. It's
As I said,
Mr. Chair,
when we were out there, we thought that the fire pit could be moved completely outside of the 50 because we didn't have any flagging out there, and we were just sort of going from the plans where I don't believe that the plans we saw out there, the 50 was marked. It could have been, but I don't think it was.
mhm.
So that's how Eric and I came to think that, well, if you can actually move it outside the 50, but clearly you cannot. The best you can do is move it so that part of it is outside the 50.
Well, given its current configuration.
Well, no, if you just take that configuration and scoot it to the southwest, you can probably get a quarter of it out of the 50. No, you can't get up there. What I'm looking at, Chris, is
I can't get up. I can't get up here.
no, it starts to get steep up in there in places. Oh, actually, maybe not. Now that I look at it, there's a tree line there. Yeah. There
Oh.
might be room to do, probably wouldn't be able to do a circular one. You've already got an existing wall that you can build it against.
Yeah,
No,
there is a
We're straying into designing for our applicant, which we.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to design. I was just trying
Yeah.
to look at whether or not we could look at an alternative.
Yeah, is it feasible to get out of the 50?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat in terms of, you know, I'm okay with the porch additions and those things. It's just, you know, the fire pit. I'm just having a hard time really seeing that as a circumstance where, you know, I would like to see alternatives to having it in the 50, or at least reducing the size, getting portion out of it, out of the 50, some effort to get it. It's like smack dab in the 50. I think we had another hearing maybe 2 months ago or so where, you know, similar comment, fire pit in the buffer, they moved it out for us. And so I don't know if we've allowed fire pits in the 50, but it's kind of, in my mind, it's like, you know, you start letting fire pits become something that's okay in the 50, then the neighbor's gonna want one too.
I think if we, if we were to pull it up and possibly have this center on the center line up here, we could possibly get almost half of it outside the 50.
Does it have to be a circular structure?
It doesn't. We could look at that option too, maybe seeing how we could fit it into this triangle up here. At least get maybe the fire pit out of the 50 and then some of the paving around it or stones around it inside.
Yeah, I mean, I know it seems like, it seems like a very minimal type of thing, but we're confronted with the bylaws that we have. The allowance for development in the 50-foot buffer is really restricted to very rare and unusual circumstance. That does, I don't know if that includes a desire to have a fire pit. It certainly, this piece of property, suggests that there's minimal opportunity, but that I don't know if one's desire to have a fire pit that allows one to say, well, they deserve a fire pit and therefore it's rare and unusual if they can't have it. So I mean, that's the difficulty. I think Chris echoed my concerns, and it's just something that we have to, you kind of have to stick with what our bylaws say and see if there's a way to kind of get around it. So, I mean, the improvements, the changing of vegetation is definitely of improvement. The deck obviously needs work, but I think the fire pit needs to be thought about a little more strongly. Just because I think we as commissioners, have the bylaws that we have to kind of stick to. So,
Mr. Chair, I share the same concerns, but wanted to point out one other thing. If we could just scroll down on the page a little. The only other improvement down here that I want to point out is there's stairs that go down,
Yep.
which tends to attract people to walk into the resource area. So that the grading and the stairs down here were my two biggest concerns.
mhm.
I agree with all the plantings are an improvement. The deck is underneath the existing deck, but the stairs and the grading were my concerns.
Will, which stairs are you referring to? I'm looking at a couple of different, that there?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
right there, exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
There are actually stairs there already, they're just in a poor state of repair. So whilst I mean, what's shown on the plan is replacing them. They are currently stairs in that location.
Okay.
Yeah, there are stairs. The deck is a little bit higher than the existing grade along the edge of the house.
Mhm.
So we do have a little bit of a difference to go now from the deck down to the backyard.
So there are stairs that.
There are stairs, you
where
can
the
see
new ones
them.
are.
Let's see if we can see them on here better.
I again
So-
didn't visit the site. I only saw pictures, so my apologies, but.
No problem. So Yeah, you can see in the small rectangles in here are the existing steps. And then we would have two sets of like a granite, natural granite. Cut, not a
Yeah.
cut.
I got it. It's still, it's that little encroachment, a little more here, a little more there, you know what I mean? If they're in the same place as the existing, I would get it, but they're encroaching further in when they're already inside the 50, that's all.
So I think what we're asking you to do is one more time, go back to the drawing board and see if you can kind of tighten things up a little bit and minimize how much encroachment there actually is. Is that something that that you could do, Mr. Lipinski?
We could do that.
Okay, so what we'd like to do then is would like to continue this hearing for one more period. The next hearing is going to be April the 27th. So if you would agree, would like to continue till then.
I think we agree.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next hearing this evening is NOI 23-11 at 136 Atlantic Avenue. It's a landscaping project continued from March 23rd, 2023. Everyone needs a little caffeine tonight, including myself. But instead I have Coke Zero.
Nathan?
Oh, hey, good evening, everybody. How are you?
Good.
Hopefully there's not too much distraction in the background here at the Atlanta Hartsfield Airport. So try to, I don't know how to change my background here, and I'll try to avoid 9-year-olds coming in and getting in my Zoom meeting. So thank you for all for the time. Last meeting we adjourned because we had not yet received file number from DEP, which had come in, I think earlier this week, which I forwarded to Charlotte. So we are, I think, good to go. There were not, I think, any outstanding questions from the last meeting other than the committee or commission, sorry, wasn't able to actually vote on something because we didn't have a file number. I'm happy to sort of review the project if you think that's of use of your time, but that's sort of the quick update from where we were.
Well, let's see if anyone has any questions before we go through a whole new review. Any commissioners have questions? Does everyone remember this project?
I remember the project before, and there was discussion about this one and the no permit situation, but can I get like a very quick recap of what we're proposing here? Just landscaping now?
That's exactly right. It's just landscaping. This was originally, if you remember, almost a year ago, we had received approval for a pool. With costs and delays and everything, we've decided to indefinitely postpone that, and instead we're trying to just reclaim some yard space around that large ledge stone. It is not perfectly mirroring the existing footprint, but it's really pretty close. There will be some mitigation plantings along the way, and I think we're using some conservation friendly netting as well to hold the slope in place, instead of, obviously, again, if you remember back over a year ago, that was a relatively large wall with quite a bit of interlocking brick and stonework along the way.
And it's all the work is between the 50 and 100 foot buffer, is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. And we've minimized the square footage of the project to make sure that there weren't going to be any issues with stone there. I'm going to mute while you guys ask questions. Sorry for the background noise.
That's all right.
Hmm.
All right. Any questions by commissioners?
Well, my only question was that it looks like a grading, this may just be a drawing thing, but it looks like one of the elevation lines for new grading goes into the 50-foot buffer. I assume you're not working in the 50, but I just wanted to make sure that the more solid line, it may just be that it's a 10-foot interval line or something, I'm not sure.
That is a good question, and I will make sure
Yeah, it
to
is.
follow up
It's
with you on
it's
that.
a 25-foot contour.
Got it. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Any other comments?
My only, remaining comment, which we sort of summarized last time, is just to note that we still have, the open, order of conditions for, the original pool design. And I know that, Ethan has said that they are postponing that. So, if the commission is comfortable with, this is a different project, of course, it is in a similar area, but, Ethan, just to confirm, in the future, you may or may not want to put the pool in this same exact area, and if you wanted to change it, would you come back to us for an amended NOI if you had to change the pool design in any way?
I'm pretty sure I would have to, wouldn't I?
Yes,
So,
I just
yeah.
wanted to confirm that the pool was still in your general, long-term possibilities.
It's a possibility, but again, yeah, with costs and everything else, it's
Yeah.
something that we've delayed indefinitely. And I think what's the limit on that original approval was only 3 years anyway. Is that correct?
3 years, correct, unless you
Okay.
were to be given an extension.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Well, if there's no other comments, then I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing to issue a order of conditions for NOI 23-11 for landscaping at 136 Atlantic Avenue.
Second.
Having a motion is second to issue order of conditions. Take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 500. Thank you.
Thanks for your time, everyone. Take care.
Safe
Happy Easter.
travels.
Thanks,
Thank
Ethan.
you.
Our next hearing this evening is NOI 23-07. This is for the Sandy Beach Annual Cleanup, continued from March the 2nd, 2023. Now, Charlotte, I understand the information just came today from, was that from DEP or?
Correct. So DEP has assigned a file number and did provide several comments. We also previously received comments from DMF. So we have, for Sandy Beach, I can start a little bit and then Carmen will, take off from where I ended. So we have, Carmen from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors, and we have Annette Sawchuk from Sandy Beach Association. So just to give the commission a quick summary, Sandy Beach Association previously had a beach maintenance plan, which we can pull up and share with you. And the last revision was May 10th, 2005, from a previous order of conditions that was issued and eventually closed out in 2020. We had some discussions back and forth where it was determined that we needed to revise the beach maintenance plan, update it to have clearer guidance of what Sandy Beach Association and DPW are doing to maintain the beach and the parking lot. And so we had a handful of meetings with Carmen, Annette, our town council, Amy Questle, and Adam Brodsky, SBA's town council, and with Brian Joyce as well, the DPW director. So we did go back and forth with some of the language. We added some information from CZM's seaweed guidance, seaweed management guidance. And then, obviously we just received DEP's comments today. So of course haven't had the time to fully process those yet. But with that, we did create a general site plan for to show the resource areas to accommodate the beach maintenance plan. And with that, Carmen,
Well,
you ready
wait,
to take off?
before you move on, because
Oh, okay.
I didn't have time to review. I don't know if other people have had a time to review the comments. Can you give us a quick 30-second summary of what came back from DEP?
Yes. Hold on, let me pull that up first.
No, don't pull it up. Just give us a
Oh.
summary.
Um, so DEP had some comments about the site plan, essentially, really needing some more information with delineations and showing the limits of those resource areas a little bit more. Our site plan uses GIS to determine those. They also did list a handful of language from the Wetlands Protection Act in regards to all of the resource areas that are kind of all overlapping in this area. Carmen, let me know if you have a little bit more information. I apologize, I haven't had as much time to read this yet. So I'm still kind of digesting it all, but I do know that they did have questions for us back and forth about the setup of the site plan.
So if you read the letter, which actually would be just easier, I think it's simply, it's quoting the regulations. That's all it's doing. So the only comment, there was a comment, was at the very beginning for, a site plan of adequate size, but that's what we did. Originally, we had submitted pretty much everything that had been submitted in 2005, which were aerials and MassGIS, also aerials. But Greg DeCesar from DEP requested a site plan, so we put together a compiled site plan based on MassGIS and NOAA information. And that is let me just share.
Oh, yep.
Oh, actually, you can point out to it. Okay, so we put together this site plan and submitted to the town and DEP last week. And
Can you
once
share?
again, what DEP has in the very lengthy letter for the DEP number is just a quotation of the regulations, of the different sections of the regulations, not comments. But I don't know if I should start in just letting you know what this beach maintenance is all about, or if you would prefer to
Well,
just read the
sure.
DEP letter.
Yeah, well, we're not gonna read it tonight. But Charlotte, didn't you say there was a concern about the resource area versus the buffer? That they have a concern about that, or operation within the resource area?
So their comments, I'll pull them up super briefly again. They said, in order to properly review the proposed work, provide a site plan of adequate size, scale, and detail to completely and accurately describe the site, the resource area boundaries, and proposed work. So we can pull up the site plan, but as Carmen mentioned, we utilized GIS to show a lot of this information. She did include a scale, and we're showing approximate mean high water, the FEMA flood area, and then this is the parking lot right here, and then the limits of the beach here.
And the proposed work? Is the proposed work on the beach shown? Because there was comments. I think that was like the last line in their comment, right? The areas of proposed work, isn't that what we're looking for? Over this, as
Yeah, this plan currently shows essentially the existing conditions that we put together from Carmen, sorry, but where we got this all from GIS. Oh, sorry, I'm muted.
I'd like to point out that MassGIS mapping of a lot of the stuff is meant to be used at a much smaller scale. When we get to these large scales like this, where we're really zooming in, stuff needs to be done by a surveyor.
Carmen, sorry, you're muted.
No, this was simply an effort to try to provide a site plan that DEP was asking for. That's all it was. That's why we just used NOAA and MassGIS information. That so the wetland resource areas are based on the wetlands map from MassGIS. So right there, exactly where your cursor was. So that's going from a barrier beach and coastal beach to a barrier beach only over the parking lot. If you get further in, lower than mean high water, then you go from the barrier beach, coastal beach to open water, you know, when you get closer to elevation -5, which is mean low water. And then if you go across the street, then you're going again into some dunes, but that would be across, you know. So you see that's barrier beach and dune across the street.
Let me point out that the statutory lines, for example, FEMA zone VE at 16 feet and FEMA zone VE at 14 feet, those are defined by the elevations, not by what's drawn on MassGIS. And the fact that they cross contour lines immediately tells me that they're in the wrong spot.
Actually, velocity zones cannot be defined by elevation, especially when you have a velocity zone of one elevation to a velocity zone of another elevation. You're talking about AE zones. AE zones are defined by elevations, not velocity zones. So that even if we did, you know, doing the survey, that line wouldn't change. We have to go by where it's graphically shown.
I don't know whether that's true or not.
It is.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that if the zones are defined by elevation, which they are.
The best guidance would be the CZM guidance on how to create a site plan. I can send it to Charlotte.
So to accompany this plan, we had worked with Annette, Brian, Town Council, and Carmen to update what was already existing. So I don't know if we want to go through the beach maintenance plan and the changes, or if commissioners have any other questions first, but we're happy to break that down. We did include guidance from CZM in terms of how to properly handle the seaweed, and we did include a lot of guidance from there. And then
I'm sorry, Charlotte, when you say we,
oh yeah,
I'm not
sorry,
I'm not understanding who's.
Sorry, it's
issuing
SBA.
this.
So Annette from Sandy Beach Association, Carmen from Merrill, Adam Brodsky, who's SBA's counsel, Amy Questle from Cohasset Town Council, and Brian Joyce from DPW.
So does DEP, are they in agreement with what has been submitted to them?
Based off of what I just discussed, it sounds like they did want to see the proposed conditions more, but they did assign it a file number based off of the requirements for submitting an NOI. So for the first time we had submitted the NOI, we needed a site plan before they assigned a file number. So now that we had submitted a site plan to them, that it met the minimal requirements from DEP's perspective in terms of a complete NOI application. So that's why they assigned a number today.
And are they in agreement with the management plan? I mean, have they reviewed it and are they in agreement?
They've reviewed it, but Carmen, correct me if I'm wrong, they didn't really comment on it in terms of whether or not they agree with it. They just evaluated the submission in terms of completedness, which is usually what they do. They'll usually ask questions or comments, but
yeah, normally the issuing authority, they leave it up to the issuing authority. They are not the issuing authority. The Conservation Commission is. So all the DEP number is simply a review for completeness. And then, for example, if we need a Chapter 91 license or something, or let's say an EPA, permit, that would be something that they would include in that letter, issuing the DPW. I'm sorry, the DEP.
They did mention that, yeah, at least in DEP's letter, they did mention that a Chapter 91 may or may not be required in this case.
We did check with Waterways though, and Chapter 91 is not required. Adam checked with them back when Amy had brought up the question.
About the mean high water.
Exactly.
The seaweed.
Yep.
So that's really, from a practical standpoint, then that's where accurate delineation of the beach itself comes in. If you're not allowed to do any mechanized work below mean high water. I
Oh,
think-
it's not that at all. It was that, so what DEP Waterway said was that we could do work below mean high water as long as we didn't change the contours. So as long as we didn't change the elevations of the surface, because what happens below mean high water is the removal of debris or flotsam and jetsam, and then periodically, whenever seaweed is accumulated, the seaweed will be buried where it is found, nowhere closer to the water. So no changes in contours are expected from burying the seaweed where it is found. So that's what they said. As long as there is no fill or dredge involved, no Chapter 91 license is required. And Adam checked with DEP Waterways for that, and we had an answer for Amy because Amy brought it up.
And so you're also, are you allowed to work below mean low water?
No, but mean low water is below elevation -5. So this is elevation -4. NOAA didn't have any contours below elevation -4, so it should have water the whole time.
So Charlotte, have you talked to Amy, and are you in agreement with the information that they can manage the seaweed the way they're talking about?
So Amy, at least initially, was not sure about that, which is why we reached out to DEP for clarification. And she recommended, I did put the correspondence in OneDrive, I believe. She said we should save that as a reference and, adjust the beach management plan accordingly. So she did acknowledge DEP's answer once they gave it to us. And based on the language that we created, it's to work within the existing rack line rather than mean high water. But I know we had some back and forth conversations about that. So that's another reason why we're kind of, we came to some sort of consensus, at least with the language to a certain point. But then obviously we want to weigh in with the commission on what they, see through this language, and if it makes sense, or if we need to adjust it for any reason. DMF did provide some comments that Annette might be able to speak a little bit more to, but some of them were not feasible for SBA. And so again, we worked with all parties to try and come up with some sort of compromise, to include a lot of that language.
I find it amazing that we're talking about a compromise. I mean, there's only what, 6 million beaches in Massachusetts, and they don't have a rule like how to manage their seaweed. I mean, I don't understand.
We can pull up the beach maintenance plan if it's easier to look at, but also I do have the CZM guidance as well, where we took a lot of that information and put it into the beach maintenance plan. Can pull it up if we want to go through it, or unless the commissioners already.
I guess we have to.
Yeah. So again, this is the original beach maintenance plan was from May 10th. Well, the most updated version before we just revised it was 2005. And so this was all the same. This was left over from, the original report that was put together by Dr. Peter Rosen, who's a coastal geologist. And so the section that we changed for the most part was
Could you confirm who we are?
SBA, DPW, Town Council, SBA Council, and Conservation Agent and Merrill Engineering. So this section right here is the section that we updated the most. So some of the revised language, and Carmen, correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm just pulling everything up. So instead of mean high water, we changed that this natural material may be collected. This was already in the beach maintenance plan and at or about the rack line and buried without changing the contours of the beach. So this section was already within the original maintenance plan, and we just clarified the rack line. And then this language about the mechanical equipment was still the same, so there were no changes there. And then we also added this: the removal of activities shall conform to the following guidance recommended from MACZM in 2013, which is managing seaward accumulations on recreational beaches. So all of this information right here in terms of how seaweed will be collected, removed from the rack line and buried on the beach without changing the contours. All of this was actually copy paste pretty much directly from CZM's guidelines for seaward accumulations. And so we definitely want to make sure that this guidance is followed. A lot of this did line up with to a certain point with what SBA was already doing on the beach to
Okay, so could you tell me what part doesn't line up with SBA?
I think some of the language about physically removing seaweed for composting, Annette, I don't believe we do any of that. All the seaweed for the most part is kept on the beach and it's just moved further up and buried. So nothing is removed from the beach for composting or for disposal. So that was some guidance that we did not put in from CZM's guidance. And Carmen, Annette, am I missing anything else that we did not include? I can pull up the guidance for comparison, but we pretty much took, I think, 75% of it and copied and pasted it in here.
Yeah, I can't recall anything else. I remember having the discussion on the composting. Mhm.
So who's to decide what a significant accumulation is and how much actually to leave behind as a seed source, nutrient source, and foraging habitat? Who decides that? In other words, you can't sweep the beach free of seaweed. You can take out significant accumulations. Who decides that? The guy with the tractor?
Well, that would be SBA. So if you take a look at the last page of the maintenance, we are clarifying what party is responsible for what. And the intent is to not cause, a nauseous environment and have the Board of Health, issue a public safety emergency. So it would be SBA because they are responsible for maintaining the beach and the cleanup of the beach.
It sounds like a little bit of putting the fox in charge of the hen house to me.
So this beach cleanup has not changed since 2005. Obviously, the Sandy Beach has been there for decades.
Yeah, the volume of seaweed has changed though. And so burying more and more seaweed every year to decompose and create methane and whatever have you, like, why was that decision made that it can't be taken off for composting?
I believe it's Annette, I think that was a problem with cost.
You're muted, Annette.
You want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, so part of the, if you remove the seaweed from the beach, they, it's DEP or CZM, want you to screen it. And if we put a screener on Sandy Beach to screen the seaweed, first of all, you can't get all of the sand off of the seaweed because it's wet. And to put a screener on Sandy Beach, it's actually prohibitively expensive, number one, but number two, the neighborhood would go ballistic. I don't know if you've ever had one in your backyard, but it is noisy. It takes a long time to screen it. And so you're screening it and you're screening out the sand. And but the seaweed is so small that it's also falling back into the sand again. So that becomes an issue with CZM and DEP, because you're now, when you try to scoop up that seaweed, you are removing sand. They can, when they before we bury it, if it's covered in sand, the machine can shake it and then it gets buried. It doesn't get buried in the same place every time. It gets buried, it's probably 6 to 8 feet deep. And this is the way that we've always done it. We did try to remove it one time many years ago, and we got our hands slapped so hard, we decided that we would never do that again.
And that's a requirement or a recommendation that they
To remove it.
for the screening?
Oh, it's not a recommendation. You have to screen it to get the sand off. How are you you can't separate the sand from the seaweed. But the problem is you really, even with a screener, it's too hard because you're screening pieces of seaweed that fall right through the screener, because the screener is not fine enough to be able to catch all the seaweed and then remove it.
Carol, do you have anything to add to that?
Well,
Sorry, Annette, go ahead.
one of the problems that we have, we only clean the beach. We clean it at the beginning of the season, and unless we have a big storm that washes in a lot of seaweed, we don't clean it again. We don't put equipment on the beach. We don't, if we get a little bit, then we have the lifeguards rake it up and it gets in little piles and it can wash out. When we have a lot of seaweed, and sometimes it'll be a foot, 2 feet thick, and then you've got the waves coming in over that, and you never, so when it comes in, you've got that mean high tide, and then you never get that mean high tide to wash it back out again. And then as the tide comes in, so not last year, I think it was 3 years ago, that happened, and we ended up, the beach had to be closed because they test every week, and then it gets bacteria in the water from rotted seaweed. We have to close the water, and then that becomes a health issue. The smell, and people with allergies have a problem. So unless we have, like I said, unless we have a big storm. Last year we cleaned it at the beginning of the season. We didn't clean it again until like the middle of August. We had a big storm, washed it, and it was 2 feet thick. You couldn't. And if I don't know how many of you go to the beach, but sometimes it'll be 20 feet from where the seaweed is at the high tide mark, and then all the way to the water, and then it's continuously in the water. So that's why we like to clean it, bury it, and keep the beach open.
So Charlotte, is it your understanding that this is that CZM's and their seaweed guidance?
Mhm.
They're requiring screening to remove it? Is that
So one of the guidelines is that they do not want sediment, sand, gravel, anything from the beach being removed with the seaweed, because that could also trigger a Chapter 91 license if it's being done below mean high water. So that's why they, are saying that efforts shall be made to remove as little sediment as possible from the beach to minimize impacts and leave the substrate in place, and that the seaweed should be shaken, sorted to remove as much sand, sediment, and live organisms as possible. So yeah, they definitely, CZM, and it sounds like DEP as well, do not want sediment being removed from the beach without the proper licenses. But, again, as Carmen mentioned, in terms of seaweed, you don't need a Chapter 91 for seaweed removal, but with the sediment movement and removal, they definitely would have wanted to see, a license if you're working below mean high water. So that's why we added this, guidance to say that we shall definitely try to not remove any sediment as, or as little sediment as possible from the beach when they're raking the seaweed from the rack line.
So I want to get back to 3 there, and I would hope that we can tighten this up so that it's not so subjective. Significant accumulations, sufficient rack line. who defines what's sufficient for the organisms that depend on this? And again, if it's Sandy Beach Association, do they have the necessary qualifications to actually make that? Or do they have a consultant who can come in and say, yeah, you should remove this and you need to leave that? It's vague. And of course, we've already heard that SBA asks the lifeguards to get out there with rakes. So obviously they're moving small amounts of seaweed, which doesn't sound like they're leaving anything for a nutrient source or foraging habitat.
Well, the lifeguards are, we only have the right lifeguards rake it. If it's a small amount of seaweed that washes in, you have a high tide, you have high winds, and it's a small amount of seaweed. They just rake it into piles. Then if it's a small pile, then yes, the high tide can take it back out.
Oh, I see. So okay. All right. You're not burying it. You
No.
okay.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So that material still is available then for birds and whatever else is living in the seaweed.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But that still doesn't really address what's significant and what's sufficient here. It's poorly defined at best.
Well, I mean, Tom, to build on what you said, I mean, really the starting with the plan and then the wording, it's all kind of vague. I mean, and isn't that what DEP is saying in their letter in the first place, that everything's a bit uncertain?
It seemed like they are asking for a more clearly defined plan.
I mean,
In order to properly review the proposed, that's the sentence that really counts here, right?
there's only so much you can bury there. So there needs to be some assessment, I think, of volume that's being addressed. I think just because there's only a certain amount of area and that, you can bury the stuff before it just becomes, there's no room. It's just going to rot and just flow and just become a source of pollution no matter what. I mean, it doesn't go away once it's buried. It's still rotting, and it's
Actually, once it's buried to 8 feet, it's not going to rot very fast because it's going to deplete all the oxygen, and then anaerobic bacteria start to work on it, and they work at about 1/10 the speed of aerobic bacteria. So I would imagine the places where it's already been buried is it could persist there for years, if not decades.
right. And so adding to it year after year, I mean, it's just it's a problem. And so I mean, I'm interested in kind of finding the wording, or I mean, what are guidelines? Guidelines are guidelines. They're not requirements. In my understanding, like if CZM has recommended their guidelines, is that what about if there's what would be the next step that we would need a chapter 91? That's what you're saying.
Only if you're removing sediment from below mean high water. We did get clarification from I believe it was Carmen, I believe it was Brendan Mullaney from DEP, that there's no chapter 91 required for removing seaweed from below
Yes, it
mean high
was.
water.
Yes,
But
it was, Brendan.
Yeah, so they did clarify in terms of removing seaweed from below mean high water, you don't need a chapter 91 for that. However, you know, with the caution that obviously with the removal of seaweed, we don't want there to be removal of sediment as well. So that's why we included that CZM guidance to say that the effort shall be made to remove as little sediment as possible by shaking the seaweed and stuff before they bring it back out and bury it. I can go back to the beach maintenance plan too, just to, oh, sorry, wrong email. There we go.
Does the CZM use the rack line as their guideline?
That is a good question. I can double check that. I can pull up the CZM guidance if that's also helpful.
Just curious. I'm, you know,
Yeah, let
this,
me.
this is obviously a very different project than what our regulations deal with. So,
Mhm.
I mean, our bylaws say we need to have a plan, which, you know, which concerns me. I mean, we can't, I don't know how you. But our guidelines don't necessarily get into.
It seems like the only statutory lines here are mean high water and mean low water. Or at least those are the two that really matter here. And the rack line could certainly be above mean high water if we have a big enough storm.
Yeah, they are referring to rack line at least throughout this guidance document. I don't know if anybody wants to read this, but I just pulled it up to kind of double check.
Well, I don't think.
Well, they talk about the importance of the rack line. What ecological services are provided by that rack line.
Right.
Is this the, has there been any identification of the, like the heaviest volume of the red seaweed? Is it the invasive Dasyosiphonia japonica? And would that influence CZM's guidance? That's what I think it is.
That's a good question, Annette. Do you know the majority of the seaweed that washes up here? I'm not sure how much of it is.
I do not.
Okay.
I don't know.
You know if it's sargassum potentially, or is it?
No, it wouldn't be sargassum.
No, I was gonna say that's too far north, I think. Okay.
I think this bold statement here is significant. When removing seaweed accumulations from the beach, the lowest impact techniques available should be used. Hand removal, hand raking, rake type machines, or heavy equipment is used. The following, it's hard to read while you're jumping there.
Sorry.
The following general guidelines should be followed. So I guess my feeling is that we should be adopting all of these recommendations from CZM and DEP. They're well justified in the opening, it looked like, and I think that's where we should be going, is following their recommendations.
our biggest cleanup is the beginning of the season, and it is off, there is often no seaweed at all on the beach at the beginning of the season. But what we're doing at the beginning of the season is reclaiming the sand that blows across the street. We are reclaiming, we've got the 2 snow fences, and we reclaim, we reclaim all that sand, and it's spread back evenly along the beach. Along more from the above the mean high tide and the mean high tide. We don't take that sand and put it down like near under the mean low tide. It is just spreading it back on the beach where it belongs, instead of letting it go across the street into Little Harbor. Generally, unless there is, like when we had the year with all that snow, and we had telephone poles and trees and that kind of stuff on the beach, there wasn't really a lot of seaweed, because by the time that storm happens and by the time we get ready to open the beach, that seaweed is pretty much either buried itself or it's gone back out to sea or whatever. Our biggest time for cleaning the seaweed is during this beach season, if we have a big storm and the seaweed washes up and it's thick on the beach, and then that's when it becomes the health issue. It closes the beach, the water has bacteria. That is our biggest time for cleaning the most seaweed. The beginning of the season, like I said, unless there's a storm just before we clean, there's pretty much nothing buried.
Yeah, and Annette, just to clarify, the frequency of these removals, I believe when we talked about it, it's really only once, possibly twice a season. It's not like you're not obviously routinely grooming the beach every other weekend or something like that, correct?
Gosh, no, we'd never be able to afford it.
Yep, yeah. So, so really just in the beginning of the season, and then,
If there's a heavy storm. And
okay.
if we have a heavy storm 2 weeks before the beach closes, we don't bother unless well, actually, we've never done that. It's too expensive, and the beach season is gonna end, and it just gets left.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. We did put that in here. So if more than one cleaning is required in a season, written notice will be made to the Conservation Commission prior to the commencement of the work.
So I have a question for you, Charlotte. During this process of revising the beach management plan, do you feel that it satisfies, I guess, the intent of most of the state's recommendations?
In terms of the state recommendations, I think overall, at least based off of SBA's needs in particular process, I think we included as much of this guidance as we could. However, I will admit I am a little back and forth on the rack line versus the mean high water language. And, again, that's one of the reasons why we wanted to look at, see if DEP had any comments, which they didn't. And then, just seeing if we need to clarify this a little bit more, because I know this, the rack line is obviously going to be in various places throughout the season. So it's not always going to be near the mean high water line. And so I think that's why we wanted to make this language a little bit more general in that sense. However, me personally, I'm a little back and forth on it. But at least in terms of the CZM guidance, I do think that with all this, these bullets that we added, I think to a certain point, it definitely meets CZM's seaweed guidance to the best of SBA's ability to do this. My only comment, which Annette, I know we talked about a little bit, is if it's possible to use any, to not use heavy machinery in the intertidal zone below mean high water. If it's possible to either scrape it up from above that line or use any hand rakes or anything like that. I think that's really where my only comments lie, but I know we did have some discussions about that in terms of feasibility. So not sure if you're able to weigh in a little bit more for the commission to understand, but that's my general sense. Tom, I'm not sure if that answers your question.
No, it does. Thank you. And it seems from what Ms. Sawchek has told us, that the use of heavy equipment is might be used once at the beginning of the season, and that the rest of the time it's getting out there, getting lifeguards out there to patrol the beach a little bit, and so it makes sense to me.
Do we think that's something that we need to clarify in the plan? Annette and Tom just kind of pitching it out there. Should we mention that, over the course of the season? Again, we did put in language here that if it's going to be more than once, that they'll notify the commission. But did we want to mention any specific language about any hand raking activities that may or may not be done by staff? Or if that's okay to add, I think that might be helpful. Because at least the way the beach maintenance plan is written now, obviously we're specifying mechanical equipment, but CZM's guidance did say, obviously, to try and do removals by hand whenever necessary. So, if that would help to kind of clarify that a little bit more, that we're really only coming on the beach with the equipment towards the beginning of the season, and then only as needed after large storms. And then any other, maintenance activities, if they need to be done, could potentially be done by hand. But Annette, I'm not sure if you agree with that or if that's feasible. But I think that would really help to show that we're minimizing the use of heavy machinery as best as we can.
Yeah, I mean, if the seaweed is thick, it's tough to rake. If it's not real thick, then they can rake it. And it also depends on, like I said, if it's a storm and it comes way up to the, mean high tide or above, then that seaweed doesn't have a chance to get washed back out again, because the chances of having another tide that high right away are slim to none. So it's, I don't know whether I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, if it could be done by raking, we would do that, I think, but I can't say that, if we had a storm, that they would be raking it, because it depends on the seaweed.
Well, I think that, I don't know whether the commission agrees with me, but I think that I'd like to know prior to when heavy equipment was going out there, and at least have the ability to form an opinion about how necessary it is.
Sure. I always thought that Concom required 3 days before we put the equipment on the beach.
Yeah. Okay. If that's in there, then
I don't know if that's in there. I've been on the board for 30 years, and that's always what I remember. I've never been in charge of that maintenance was never part of I used to be the treasurer, now I'm the president, but so maintenance was never part of my job. So I'm not totally familiar with that, but that's what I always heard, was that you needed 3 days before we put the equipment on.
so if that's not in there, let's codify that.
I think we should put that in there. I think, thought there was language in here about that. We have this language, obviously, if more than one cleaning is required in a season, written notice, but I thought we put that in there. But if not, I agree that that's probably, a good idea if that's amendable to SBA as well, to just notify, Concom obviously within 72 hours of any cleaning. And then if we wanted to include any language about determining whether or not mechanical equipment is needed for the cleanup, I think that's reasonable.
And I think that's something that just can be brought to your attention, Charlotte.
Yeah. Yeah.
Done administratively.
Yeah, judging from the history of the submission documents too, because I was looking at the old 2005 files, SBA would normally send a brief letter, saying when they were going to start the activities. And Annette, I don't think the SBA ever notified abutters, but definitely Concom from what I've seen in the files. So yeah, that language we should definitely either put back in this maintenance plan, just to clarify that we'll do that for the first cleaning for the initial season cleaning each year. And you have those letters, which we can just copy paste and just change the date And I'm happy to come out and do that. We can, monitor everything as well. So I'm happy to be involved in any monitoring process. Since, as we all know, SBA and the town tend to get a lot of phone calls when this activity happens. People are concerned and they may not understand that there's a maintenance plan in place, or if they do, they may not know the details of it. So I think that's a great idea to just continue that pattern.
Anytime that heavy equipment is going to be involved, I think that there should be a notification prior to that happening. And so you can get a chance to go down and look at the situation. And maybe it helps with some of the arbitrary, or not arbitrary, but vague definitions of leaving some for the birds and removing the worst of it.
We have never, well, I shouldn't say we've never, I would swear to this, but I don't believe that we notify the neighbors ahead of time.
I don't think so, no.
I think we just notify Concom.
Charlotte, would you bring up the DEP's letter one more time?
Yeah. I can scroll down when you need me to.
So, I mean, it says right there in the first paragraph, although a file number is being issued, please note, in order to properly review the proposed project, provide a project plan of adequate size, scale, and detail to completely and accurately describe the site, resource area, boundaries, and proposed work. Which suggests to me that that the plan that we're working off of probably doesn't meet our bylaws either. So I'm a little concerned about closing this out tonight. What would it take, Carmine, to get a plan that they're comfortable with?
The only thing that we're missing from this list is the proposed work, because it's an existing condition, a compiled existing conditions plan. So what we can do is show where and all it's going to be is just because it's the entire beach. So we would have arrows showing, okay, well, so this area will be the sand. So that would be the clean sand from the paved areas that DPW places on the beach. Will be spread out in this area. And then, as far as seaweed is concerned, it would be from somewhere above mean high water, to, I would say probably mean low water if it gets that low.
What scale is this drawing?
I think it's 30 scale. It's not, the scale is, 50 scale.
Well,
50 scale. That's not-
they listed scale as a concern, so I'm just
no,
asking.
They didn't list it as a concern. That actually comes straight from their requirements. So you're supposed to provide a plan of sufficient scale and detail, blah, blah, blah. So that is straight from their requirements. That's what I'm saying. The only thing that I can see that we didn't provide is the proposed work, because the proposed work is in that narrative. But we can add it with labels, and arrows. It's just such an extensive area,
Right. Well, I mean, I think it's critical that DEP actually reviews the plan, which they're saying to do it to actually review the plan. They want a plan that meets their requirements. So
DEP is not going to do anything else though, because
well, why would they write that then?
Because so whenever they issue a number, they check it for completeness, and then they just, list a bunch of either comments, or in this case, copy and paste requirements, and then the regulations.
Yeah,
It's simply guidance for you. You are the issuing authority, not DEP.
Well, we have our requirements for plans as well. So, but I think it seems to me that they are asking for more. I mean, that's what that paragraph seems to suggest.
We can provide.
And Tom brought it up in the beginning that the plan he felt was lacking in certain areas.
Well, the scale is certainly appropriate and, you know, it's contoured. It's just, it's a departure from reality when your statutory lines that are defined by elevation cross the contour lines on your map. It's a
Once again,
contradiction.
that's
It's a
a velocity
contradiction. It's a
zone.
contradiction that needs to be resolved.
So I can provide you with the guidance to delineate velocity zones, but other than that, once again, because you are the issuing authority, do you, as a commissions, think that you need more information? If so, if you could please let us know so we can address it.
Yeah,
I would like to see it, and when the work's done, or when you're about ready to start doing the work, you need to have flags or snow fence up to indicate to the people that are operating the heavy machinery where it's appropriate to work and where it's inappropriate to work.
yeah, and secondly, I think it was stated that, you know, we're burying this at different locations every year. I think we need to know where we're burying it, and I think we need to know how much we can bury, because my understanding, and I have some understanding, I've worked with CZM, I worked for CZM, is that this, you know, the volume of seaweed is going to continue to increase, and it's going to be a problem that you're not going to be able to, you know, bury. You're going to have to start thinking about alternatives. And my suggestion would be to work with CZM, figure out if this is the invasive species, which I believe it is, and if that would allow for some alternate, you know, treatment that would not entail the sifter, because you're not going to be able to bury the volumes of seaweed that we've been seeing the last few years. You're just not going to be able to continue to do that when year after year. It's going to be detrimental to the ecosystem, and it's going to create a noxious, unpleasant environment for beachgoers as well.
Yeah, I'd agree that we need to keep track of where it's getting buried, how deep it is, some estimate of how much. So if you just start doing it at random, sooner or later, you're going to dig into one of your rotten piles and expose it. So there needs to be some plan for how to spread the stuff out as best you can. And Chris may very well be right that at some point you're going to get overwhelmed.
I mean, you can already see it like seeps out at low tide after, you know, come August, the rotting seaweed is like seeping out, and like you see brown rivulets coming from underneath the sand, which, you know, it's got to be buried, you know, buried organic matter.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the suggestions to move this ahead?
I think there needs to be, I would like to see some sort of idea of like a volume, a maximum, some sort of way to estimate how much they can bury and where they're going to bury it from one year to the next, so that they're tracked, you know, so there's some sort of, you know, they're keeping track of that from my standpoint, that at least.
I'd agree with that.
Carmine, is that something you can do? Carmine? Lost Carmine. Annette, is that something Carmine can do?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I suppose we can track that.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Could you please repeat the question?
So Carmen, the request would be to amend the plan so that it shows a plan for a, you know, the bearing of a volume of seaweed, you know, annually, semi-annually, however, I mean, it would be, you know, burial number 1, burial number 2, burial number 3, a plan to show where that would be, you know, how big an area is needed, how deep it would be, and basically create a management plan that shows where things are going to actually take place. Is that
Okay.
possible? Is that possible?
The only thing is that we don't know, like the volume of seaweed would change per season. So maybe we could have maybe potential burial areas, you know, up to, because all it's going to be is how big the area is and how deep, and probably have a couple of feet of soil above at least.
Right.
So we could
I mean,
have,
you're gonna have to make some assumptions, obviously, but
yes, of
I
course.
mean, is it possible to do that, to hopefully
Sure, of
make the
course.
plan more definitive of how this is be managed over a long period of time?
Yes, and when you say plan, you're talking about the graphic plan, right? The site plan, not
Yes.
the beach management plan.
No, the graphic plan.
Yes, yes, we should be able to do that. Is it okay if we use what we have though, the compiled plan?
Tom?
Yeah, for some of it, yeah, sure. But again, mean high water is something that you guys probably need to establish every year.
So the way the mean high water is
Because when that
shown
machinery gets in there,
Mhm.
I don't know what the rest of the commission thinks, but I'm gonna want to see some clearly defined boundaries for the machinery, where it can work and where it can't. What our experience with the heavy machinery operators in this town has been very spotty. And I think that many of us have been thinking that it's time to kind of tighten up on some of these contractors who ignore the boundaries that are established in our orders of conditions. Once they get out in the field, they have a way of straying across those boundaries, and we don't want to see any more of that. So in order to do that, you need to know where, at least in this case, at least where mean high water is before you start excavating. It shouldn't be a big challenge. It's you get out there with your RTK instrument and you should be able to pop a dozen points in and be ready to say, we're gonna run our fence along this line, which is mean high water. Mass GIS maps are totally inappropriate for sites of this size.
So the topography here is based on NOAA. Once again, it's an approximation. And mean high water is at about elevation 4, and that's why we're showing it at contour 4.
Yes.
So what you're really talking about is not the site plan, but you would like to have the mean high water state before the actual work.
And not necessarily on where you've drawn it this year, because every year that 4-foot elevation is going to be a little bit different.
Mhm.
So before you get out there with the machinery,
Mhm.
send a surveyor out, put 6 or 8 or 10 points in so that you've got mean high water pretty well pegged, and put some flags up. And if we find that the equipment is straying across those lines, we're gonna require a snow fence maybe, and if we still have problems, a chain link fence. We'd like to see a more discipline exerted by these heavy equipment operators.
So we're talking about when the sand is being dispersed over the beach, correct?
Anytime, I would think that anytime there's heavy equipment involved and its work is limited or defined by CZM or DEP or us, that they stay within those boundaries.
Okay, so it sounds to me that it's something that we should be adding to the written beach maintenance plan to stake out the elevation of mean high water in the field prior to the introduction or the use of any heavy machinery in
Yes,
the field.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not actually the site plan, but the beach maintenance plan to make sure that that's
Right.
one step before. So
Right.
probably it should be done, before anything and before, or by the time that the Conservation Commission is informed that there's going to be this cleanup, so that also Charlotte could go and check those flags.
right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sure.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a
Yes, yes.
So are you saying that the equipment cannot go below mean high water? Like the mean high water line? Because our seaweed is below the mean high water. It goes from the mean high water toward the water. They don't go near the water because who's going to put their equipment in the salt water? But not being able to go below mean high water leaves the seaweed still in place.
I think I may have this backwards, but I think that they can go below mean high water, but DEP doesn't want them to work in the dune area, in the back beach area, which would be defined as above mean high water.
Okay, so we're
I'm
not,
sorry.
we go from, where are you familiar with the beach? So where the two snow
Yeah,
fences are?
yeah.
Okay, so we take the sand that we collect in between those two fences and we push it back out onto the beach. The
Mhm.
town picks up the sand that's blown into the parking lot. Sometimes if they have to cut back Atlantic Avenue because it's too narrow, we get that sand back again.
Yeah. So as long as you're picking up out of the parking lot, you're not actually picking it up on the back beach. There's a parking lot there.
Right.
Right, so
Yeah.
DPW sweeps the sand off of the parking lot
Yeah.
and then they put it basically in a pile somewhere, and then SBA takes that, obviously filters it, obviously for any, debris, and then they put it back on the beach.
Right. But where they can't work is between the top of that berm, or basically where the stones are stacked
Mhm.
and mean high
Yeah.
water.
So
That's what we want to keep them out of.
So the
right?
stones are, so when you park at the beach, those stones that you're parking right in front of.
Yeah.
So that's where our sand is, between those two fences.
Yeah, that's where the beach is that needs to be nourished.
Right. So one fence is almost it's not quite against the rock, it's almost against the rock, and the other one is farther out toward the water. We collect that sand so that we can put it back on the beach, so it all doesn't blow across into Little Harbor. So that's what we want to be able to do, is to take that sand between those two fences and move it back to the beach. Because that's not really, that's not a dune on those rocks. The dunes are behind the bathhouse and to the south end of the bathhouse.
Yeah, it's there. It's right there, Charlotte.
Charlotte,
That's
am I
okay.
mistaken, or can they not work above mean high water, the back beach? I'm not talking about dunes here. I'm talking about the back beach area.
When you say back beach, are you talking about across the
prohibited from
street?
doing that?
I'm sorry, I thought the back beach was across the street, across Atlantic Avenue, because that area does have dunes and,
Yeah, it does. It does.
Exactly. Is that what you're talking about when you say?
No, it's not what I'm talking about, Carmen. I'm talking about the area between mean high water, basically in the parking lot.
So in the parking lot,
Let me back up just a little bit. If I'm
Mhm.
mistaken about this being an area that DEP does allow, then that's different. But I don't think they allow work in the zone from mean high water to on the back beach. Anything above mean high water is the back beach, if I'm not mistaken.
no,
Charlotte,
I mean, that is.
Charlotte, can you clarify that?
So my recollection, at least from what we've been told, is that DEP does not want in terms of any coastal dunes that are off to either side and in between, they definitely don't want you touching those, and I don't think anybody touches those. But in terms of the location below mean high water to the intertidal open water zone, they do not want sediment transported or moved in that area. Otherwise, it would require a Chapter 91 and possibly an Army Corps. It was at a 404 for that. So yeah, this was the area that, at least in terms of seaweed, they didn't mind, but with any removal of sediment or movement of sediment changing anything in here, they did not want that without the proper state licenses. But up here, I'd have to double check, but Carmen, Annette, I don't remember Brendan saying anything about this area past mean high water and in between the barrier beaches.
No, so
Let's
Brendan
see if we can
Mulcahy-
clarify that before we make any decisions then, because if there's no restrictions for heavy equipment passing across the barrier beach, then that's a different situation altogether. It was my understanding that you couldn't do anything in that barrier beach.
Mhm.
So the entire beach, including the parking lot and including across the street, all of that is a barrier beach.
Parking lot is not the beach.
It's all part of the barrier beach. So there is barrier beach. So a barrier beach is composed of dunes and coastal beaches from the area that is, between the parking lot and the water is primarily a coastal beach with that dune that is close to the shack. And then across the street is more of a combination of dunes and beaches. So I think probably it would help to put here on the site plan so that it's graphically shown what areas will receive the nourishment of the sand that is being recycled, which that portion would be above mean high water. And then below mean high water, it could be a little bit above mean high water. I'm sorry, above mean high water and towards to the water. That is only going to be raked for seaweed. And then when there's a lot of seaweed, then that's when machines would come and bury the seaweed. So probably just having it graphically would help. And then adding the language that you had mentioned prior, regarding notifying the Conservation Commission, and since we are going to be specifying where the sediment can be, placed, which is above mean high water, it does make sense to have those flags. And Charlotte, then you would be checking them, as well as, before, obviously, we have machinery to remove thick enough seaweed, then you would be verifying that it should be removed, that that there's enough that it should be removed with machinery. So I think that would be, that addresses.
And tracking where it's being buried. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, we wanted that added to the beach maintenance plan to track each year or season where the seaweed is being buried, and just keeping track of that so that we're not putting too much in one area that would contribute to any, anoxic conditions.
And do we have how many times did we say we do a cleanup, or they'll call you, but is there a maximum number of times that they're going to be potentially doing this?
Maximum, I don't think so, but minimum
depend on
definitely at least
storms.
once a season. And then we wrote in the beach maintenance plan that, you know, any other additional times would be, you know, Concom will be notified before. So I think Annette, it's really once a season on average, potentially two, depending on storm events. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it could be three. The most I think that we've ever done it is 3 times, including the
Okay.
season. But
Okay.
back to the, to that back dune. So when you pull into the parking lot, you park in front of the bathhouse, and just to the north end of that is, well, right now it's buried in sand, but there's a log, and so that log gets pulled aside, and that crosses to get onto the beach. So that's part of that. So where's the bathhouse? So he's crossing that, just to get the equipment on the beach, you would have to cross that back beach is what you're calling the back beach.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so there has to be a corridor so that heavy equipment can get to its work area, obviously.
Right, so it comes across just to the north of the bathhouse.
Yeah.
And that's between the two snow fences that are there now.
So my point is then when they're working on the beach itself, that if there's a regulation there or a suggestion by DEP, then they should stay on the seaward side of mean high water while they're working. We don't, and if they're not supposed to stray onto the upper part of the beach there above 4 feet, but short of the parking lot, then we need to confine them to that. If we don't need to do that, then there's no worries here. But it was my understanding that there are some, at least suggestions about not working on this upper part of the beach. There's a line drawn here. If you scoot that drawing to the left, to the west, is that, yeah, keep going. So you see there, it says Barrier Beach / Coastal Beach on one side of that line, and then Barrier Beach on the other. Could you clarify what this line really means here? The dash dot line?
Well, that came from the wetlands map from GIS.
Mhm.
Once again, all of the property boundary information, approximate, pavement and buildings, as well as the wetland resource area lines. So we're within, all of them are resources. There's no buffer. So all of that came from the wetlands map from GIS.
Okay.
And a barrier beach is composed of both coastal beach and coastal dune. So I don't know exactly what they mean by just barrier beach, because a barrier beach could just be coastal beach, or could just be coastal dune, or could be a combination of both. So in this case, they're calling the parking lot, a barrier beach, but that's because if you were to dig up the parking lot, it's,
yeah,
still part of the beach.
Yeah, I did clarify that the parking lot is considered the part of the resource area. Because again, like Carmen, like you said, if you were to take out the parking lot, it would still be a part of that massive barrier beach system.
So what are the statutory restrictions on the barrier beach, coastal beach above mean high water? Are there any? Either restrictions or
That is a good question. I know
or suggested management.
Okay, but
practices.
I think I can look into that, but I know at least with coastal dunes, there's a lot of restrictions for that in terms of not touching any
Yes.
portion of the dunes or dune grass or filling, removing, altering those in any way. So they're at least with coastal dunes, which they wouldn't be touching here, they're definitely very restrictive. But with barrier beaches, I can double check.
So
So-
let's just clarify that before we.
Yeah.
Okay. And in fact, if there's no restrictions, then we don't have any reason necessarily to restrict the movement of heavy equipment in that area, in which case we don't have to worry about mean high water necessarily, or surveying or a fence or anything like that.
But we should know the areas of restriction.
Yes. And they should be mentioned in the beach management plan and defined and protocols established for how to operate there.
Okay.
Is there anything else we should address before the next hearing?
I think we should add to the plan that if we need to be burying seaweed more than 3 times a season, then we need to revisit this strategy.
Okay.
Okay.
And I would also suggest that we get an identification of the green algae that's there, because it may provide options as to management. And I believe that can be collected and sent to DEP for confirmation of, or CZM rather, for confirmation of that.
And Charlotte, you should just check with DEP just to see if there are any particulars that they were thinking about when they, in that first paragraph that says that they wanted
Okay.
to see certain things on the plan, and then you pass that on to Carmine.
Okay. All right. I can try to verify with DEP what they, kind of meant by their, as Carmen said, they were copying and pasting, I think they're essentially their requirements to assign a number, but I'll just double check to see if they thought any information was missing. But I know again, they can't really, they're a little bound by just looking at it for completedness rather than,
Well,
about,
Okay,
but I'll double check.
okay. Then I'm gonna ask the applicant to continue this hearing until April 27th. Is that acceptable?
It is. Annette, would you be available on April 27th?
Sure,
Okay,
yes.
and we will continue to April 27th. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next hearing this evening is NOI 23-12 for 63 Nichols Road. The collapsed retaining wall continued from March 23rd, 2023. Charlotte, can you give us, as you're doing that, can you give us a quick overview of where we stood? Or you want Brendan to do it?
Whatever's easier, Brendan. What would you prefer?
But let me fire away.
Okay.
Take a stab at it. So for the record, Brendan Sullivan with Merrill Associates. So we're back at the 63 Nichols Road, the causeway retaining wall. I was out there as recently as today, and the wall is all done from the section from the street side all the way up to the end of where the existing wall was. I shouldn't say that 'cause they didn't finish the end of it. There's still one gabion left there. But for the most part, the section that collapsed and the section of the existing wall that was repaired from the collapse back to the road is all done. And it's all finished. What I've done since the last meeting is, so we have identified it as a limited project, as recommended by DEP. We've also moved the wall. We had an area of filling down by the salt marsh, down by salt marsh flags 1, 2, and 3. We ended up moving the wall and kicking it back towards the road. So there is a little bend in the wall. So there's no filling of the salt marsh in that area anymore. So the filling of the salt marsh has been eliminated. The salt marsh mitigation has been eliminated as well. And we also provided Charlotte with a long-term operation maintenance plan for the wall, which we'll use for both walls, the wall on the upland side and the wall on the Little Harbor side. The other thing I'd like to mention is that, so we do have this 30-foot extension at the end of the wall going back to the house, but what we'd like to do is extend it approximately another 15 feet, which would get us up to the which would butt us up to the existing ledge, the ledge area that's there. So that would narrow this gap, and that would we feel that would be a safer alternative as opposed to what's there today. And so I think that's about it.
But Brendan, are you amending the earlier application to include that piece of the wall?
We'd like to, yes. I haven't, because it really just came up the past week or so, so we didn't have time to get Charlotte the information, a week before the hearing. So we show the 30-foot extension of the wall at the end. We'd like to extend that another, it's probably going to be about 12 or 15 feet to get us to the edge of the ledge.
Right, but our understanding was from the earlier application, Charlotte, correct me if I'm wrong, that piece of the wall was not included.
To the ledge? No.
No.
Oh.
The piece.
Oh, this portion right here, the extension
Yes.
30 feet.
Yes.
I think that was on the original plan, right, Brendan?
Yes.
I think it was there, but it was explained that was not part of the project.
Well, that was not part of the emergency repair.
Correct. Yeah, this portion, this 30-foot extension on the eastern side has not been completed and was not a part of the emergency certification. So the portion in the middle was the first emergency certification. And then the
Yes.
portion
right
on the
here.
western side was the second emergency certification after it was evaluated by the building inspector and a structural engineer.
Okay.
But yeah, correct. This eastern portion has not been constructed and would be approved with an order of conditions if the commission made that decision. But I will just add one note, and I've talked to Sean from Sean Papich Landscaping in Paragon, who's been doing the work, that I am a little concerned right now with the status of this eastern slope. From a lot of the rainstorms, it looked like it was starting to erode a lot quicker. The mulch was showing some yeah, so I don't know if were we able to put down an erosion blanket there, Sean, do you know? I can try to confirm with Paragon tomorrow, but I just wanted to make sure that area was properly stabilized, at least prior to any construction.
Good question, Charlotte. I don't know if they got that down or not. I'm not sure, Brendan, if you saw that out there when you were there today. I know that that's what this piece of it's for, is to try to get the wall up as quickly as they can so that
Yeah, I didn't see an erosion blanket on. And Charlotte, you talking about this area up here?
Yep.
With the
Yeah, that side of the slope, like it was, the mulch was definitely starting to
move.
Erode.
Okay.
So.
I know they still had that one. They have that one gabion basket there.
Okay.
So maybe they could add some more stabilization there.
Yeah, just to avoid another emergency, unless the commission disagrees, I would recommend that erosion control blanket and or gabion structure, anything to just hold it in place while we wait for the permitting.
And then we do have Sean's planting plan here, which shows, it doesn't show that extension of the wall, but it does show his the plantings on the house side, the plantings along the top of the wall, between the wall and the roadway, and some additional plantings up in here.
Yeah.
So Charlotte, what do we need on this?
So one of my remaining comments is, so Brendan, just to clarify, you said that all the work was moved out of the salt marsh. So sorry, actually I had two questions left. In John Zimmer's original delineation, the flags went pretty much right up to the repaired middle section of the wall. He seemed to indicate that that middle portion was potentially in salt marsh, but obviously when we went out there, with you, with Sean, with Tom, and a few other people from Paragon, it didn't seem like that area was salt marsh and it was land under salt pond. So did we get any clarification from John Zimmer about why he placed those flags right up to that section of the wall? Because clearly we can see the salt marsh grass a little to the north of the existing and repaired sections of the wall. But yeah, his flags indicated otherwise, so that's what I was a little confused about, and I just want to make sure that that area is or isn't salt marsh, and if we need to replicate that area from the first emergency certification.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't follow up with John on that one.
Okay, sorry, I was gonna do it
yeah.
today, but a lot going on.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And I think that area, because that area kind of looked like this,
It looked
right?
like, exactly,
When it
yeah, like
fell,
we didn't
so
see
I don't think you
Spartina
can-
anywhere.
I don't think by the time they removed this and put the other
Mhm.
stones in there, I don't
Mhm.
think you could tell if that was salt marsh or not.
Okay,
So, he did say to me that it probably did fall just outside of the wall.
okay.
And like I said, in that area too, and like, I think we remember when we were first out there, we were looking in the water down below and it really was just a lot of mud.
Right, no, that
because-
area definitely to the west was definitely way more
Yeah.
mud. Yeah, the other eastern side it's a little bit more of a gray
Yeah.
mix. And obviously with the collapsed portion of the wall, we couldn't see obviously what was underneath, but you know,
Yeah.
John's flags were just, at least to me, a little confusing. So I'm sorry, I meant to touch base with them today, but yeah, so that would just be my one remaining question, at least in terms of salt marsh.
Okay,
And if we do need to replicate that area, if it was, you know, altered for the emergency certification, unless the commission has any other comments on that, that's really where my main question lies.
Do we have a DEP number on this?
Yes,
So are there two on this property?
correct. There is a 2019 NOI and stormwater permit for some of the house construction and some granite postings along the causeway in addition to landscaping. And I believe, Sean, are we I believe you were we were in the process somewhat before this came up, obviously with closing those permits up, but obviously getting a little sidetracked here.
yeah, we're in the process of doing the survey for that.
Oh, okay,
And
okay.
we were just waiting for the tenants to leave for their,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we are wrapping up the stormwater permit and the notice of intent for the house, pool, landscaping and all that stuff. But yeah, so there's currently two open notices for obviously this one for the causeway and then the old one for the house and surrounding areas.
Mhm. And then, oh, sorry, I did remember my second final question. So I guess, you know, obviously the work for now, until we confirm with John, has been moved out of the salt marsh. But, you know, again, there is going to be some temporary construction, access to fix the wall. And I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of disturbance in the salt marsh while we construct that wall. So my question is really mitigation in terms of, you know, do we need to have any sort of restoration, either conditions in here or guidance from the commission of, you know, how we can kind of mitigate that. So that's kind of what I wanted to either ask, you know, the applicant and the commission of, you know, just keeping that in mind. I mean, obviously, if this was a dock project, you know, again, there's definitely temporary disturbance every time they install a dock or a structure in the salt marsh. But, you know, for this, you know, it's a little bit heavier than a wooden dock. So that was just really my remaining question of if the commission has any additional follow-up questions to that, if that's something we want to talk to, you know, John Zimmer about. But really that once we clarify the salt marsh stuff, I think that's really, I'm all set.
Okay, so, I mean, before we turn it back to the commission, I mean, I'd be happy to have John Zimmer go out there now that the wall is done. And he can get an idea of maybe, you know, maybe there's some areas that were marginally were salt marsh underneath, and we'd be more than happy to come up with a salt marsh restoration plan to restore some of those areas that, either during construction or we thinks that might have been, you know, up against the wall that we can replicate.
Yeah.
Or restore.
Thank you. Yep, sorry, that was it.
Okay.
So two things, Charlotte. One is that this plan would have to be updated to show the additional length of wall. John Zimmer has to go out and confirm, and then any mitigation would have to be added to this. But then before we issue an order of conditions, does the other one have to be closed out?
I don't think so, no, because that was for a different project. So if the 2019 permits were the exact same thing as this, then DEP recommends closing out the previous one, but there can be two open orders of condition on a property, just as long as it's not the exact same project, that you should
Okay.
definitely close out,
All right,
if that was the case.
okay.
Yeah, if
Can
you
you,
don't mind-
can you confirm that? Because the the project that they talked about was not the same project.
Okay, yeah, I can double check, yeah.
Yeah, please do.
I know which one you're talking about, yep.
Yeah.
The project, I'm sorry, what project you're referring to, Chris?
I don't know.
It's not yours. I'm referring to, DEP came back to us on a different project and said
Oh,
that you can't, you should close out one before you open a new one. And it wasn't the same project. It had to do with an entry drive versus a home. So it was two separate projects on the same property.
oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, not.
So
not
I
this-
just want,
not
I
this
just
one.
want Charlotte to confirm one way or another that we're not overstepping a regulation.
Yeah, I'll double check with them, at least when I talked to them about when they were assigning file numbers. The portion of the work that hadn't been done yet was the house construction. So that's what DEP had put in their comments, that the other permit should be closed out before the new one starts. So yeah, the driveway portion was different and that was done under the old permit. But then the actual house construction with, when a new application was filed for the house construction, that's when DEP said, you need to close out the other one before you start the construction on the house. So I think it was like the portion of the work that was the exact same. But I'll double check with them just to make sure that I'm not misinterpreting.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? No. Then Brendan, I'd like to continue this until April 27th. Get the rest of that on there.
27th, sure. 3 weeks out?
Yeah, unfortunately, because of school break, it's 3 weeks out.
Who goes to school?
None of us here.
Okay, so I'll get, that will give us plenty of time to have John Zimmer go out there, look at it, and get his opinion on what the salt marsh, what's going on out there, and we'll come up with, so if there was some salt marsh, so if there was some salt marsh, that needs to be reestablished from the construction operations, it's just like a one-to-one mitigation almost, is that kind of what you're looking for? Put back what was there almost?
Our bylaws regulations want 2-to-1, but yes.
2-to-1, okay.
Yeah.
I just don't know if we're gonna have enough room, have any room to, but I'm sure we can come up with something.
Okay,
Sure.
yeah,
We can certainly come up with something and to satisfy that, so.
okay.
Okay,
All right. We'll see you on the 27th then. Thank you.
Thank you.
motion to continue?
Yep. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
And our next hearing is a stormwater permit for 22-19 for 55 South Main Street. Continued from June 30th, 2022.
Can we take a 5-minute break, Chris?
Sure. Let's
Thanks.
take a 5-minute break then.
Long one.
Yeah. Charlotte.
Yes.
I see a number of people still in the audience. I'm wondering if anyone else is part of this hearing.
Yes, so actually, for this hearing in particular, we do have, Greg Morse from Morse Engineering, and then Ms. Malatesta in the audience, who's the applicant. I'm not sure if she wants to stay in the audience, but I'm trying to promote her. Cassie, if you can hear us, if you'd like to join or stay in the audience, just let us know. And then we have a couple people for some of the show cause hearings and COC at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, of course, Angela. Hi, Greg.
Good evening.
Let's get to it. We're all back.
Excellent. So for the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering, representing the applicant Cassie Malatesta and South Main Cohasset Venture LLC. This is a request for a stormwater permit for property at 55 South Main Street. We had opened this with the commission back in, I believe it was June, or we made the filing in June anyways, but we've been continued several times as we've gone through the planning board process with this project. The planning board's at a point where we expect them to close and approve the project at their next meeting, which is scheduled for next week. During that planning board process, we underwent a pretty significant peer review. The firm of Weston and Sampson was hired by the town of Cohasset to go through the entire project, including the stormwater aspects, and they submitted a comment letter last week documenting that we complied with all of the stormwater requirements for the town. To refamiliarize you with the project, I'm going to do a share screen. I can put a copy of the site plan up and just run through it real quick. You can see the screen there?
Yes.
Great. So refamiliarizing you where my cursor is, this is South Main Street here. The subject property is this bold line. It's approximately half an acre in size. This is the existing service station. It was a gas station at one point formerly. Immediately south of us at the bottom of the page, this is the Red Lion restaurant and inn. Between our site and their site is James Lane or Parking Way, based on the record plans. So the site was previously, again, a gas station site. 100% of the site is impervious land surface in the existing conditions. There are no wetlands on this site. It's not located in a floodplain whatsoever. Our proposal, we submitted a pretty detailed set of plans. Our proposal included an erosion control plan, which is what this plan is here. It documents that erosion controls would be placed around the perimeter of the project, that there'd be a construction entrance at this location with a gated entrance for deliveries and vehicles coming to and from the site. And then in addition to the erosion control plan was a full set of civil site plans. This plan here representing the proposed layout, the site layout. I'm kind of following the outline of the building. It's an L-shaped building. On the first floor, there are approximately 3,000 square feet of commercial space, which will front on South Main Street. On the second and third stories are a total of 12 residential units. On the back side of the building, back here, accessed via this proposed driveway, is 18 parking spaces. 12 of those spaces are under the building in an enclosed garage space. 6 of them are open to the atmosphere at this location. This proposed layout significantly reduces the impervious coverage of the site. As I stated before, right now the site is 100% impervious surface. With this proposal, we reduce that down to 70% of the site as impervious surface. You'll see that there is pretty significant landscape buffers along the roadway, along the sides of the building as well, in addition to all of our parking lot surface, as well as our patio surfaces along the north side and front side are constructed of pervious materials. We had Hawk Design, which is a registered landscape architecture firm, put together a detailed landscaping plan here. I presented this to the commission back when we opened the project originally. The commission had asked us to look at a different species of street trees over here along South Main Street. We originally had 4 Bradford pears proposed at that location. We have since revised that to 5 trees, those being red maples, which are on your approved tree list where the Bradford pear is not. And then again, since submitting these plans, having gone through a full review with Weston and Sampson, can you see the Weston and Sampson memorandum on the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yep. So on their page 13 discusses all of the stormwater requirements. DEP in the town of Cohasset essentially mimic each other's stormwater requirements, of which there are 10 requirements. So with respect to the DEP standards, standard 1 is that you're not allowed to discharge any new untreated stormwater from the site. We comply with that because we are actually providing a stormwater system at this site where one currently does not exist. That system being the porous asphalt in the parking lot, as well as catch basins, which are DEP compliant with separator hoods installed within them. Standard 2 is the standard that your post-development rates of runoff can't exceed your pre-development rates of runoff. We submitted our stormwater report in our calculations documenting pre versus post rates, and we comply with this standard. We're discharging less stormwater from the site post-development than we are in the pre-development condition, largely, in fact, because of the infiltration that's available on the site now that we've eliminated it from being 100% impervious land surface. Standard 3 is recharge to groundwater. Right now, there is no recharge to groundwater on the site as the entire site runs off. With our proposal, including the porous asphalt, we comply with the recharge to groundwater requirements that DEP has. The peer review engineer is satisfied. Standard 4 is the removal of total suspended solids in the wastewater. That is accomplished through the use of porous asphalt and catch basin hoods and street sweeping within the parking lot areas. The comment has been addressed and complies with the peer review consultant. Standard 5 only applies to land uses with higher potential pollutant loads. This type of project is not considered a land use with higher potential for pollutant loads. Standard 6 is protection of critical areas. While we don't discharge directly to a critical area, we comply with the standard to the maximum extent practicable, which is that we're providing a stormwater system where one does not currently exist. Standard 8 requires a construction period, pollution and erosion and sedimentation control plan, in addition to providing the erosion control barrier around the perimeter of the site, which I showed you on the first plan I had put up. We also have a written document that goes along with that for construction period, trash removal and erosion control and sedimentation control at the site. Standard 9 is an operation and maintenance plan. That's for the drainage system post-development. We have developed that. That was included in our submittal that goes over the maintenance requirements for the porous asphalt, as well as the catch basin and the pavers. Standard 10 is a requirement that there's no illicit discharges proposed from the site. The peer reviewer didn't comment on it here, but we included what's commonly known as an illicit discharge compliance statement. Here, actually, he calls it out right here with respect to standard 10, that we're not going to have any illicit discharges from the site. So that being said, I think we're in a position where we could close this. We've documented compliance with the Cohasset and DEP standards. In accordance with the peer review, we've made the requested change to the landscape plan that was requested. I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners?
My only comment is, in the long-term operation and maintenance plan, obviously there's maintenance instructions for the porous pavement. And I guess I just had one final question for, I guess, the applicant, Cassie, if you're there. Are there any, do you anticipate that this is feasible in terms of, just so you know that you can't sand and salt and it has to be frequently vacuumed and washed? And I just want to make sure that that's acceptable and feasible for the perpetual maintenance, because that's tends to be some of our concerns when we see porous pavement on site plans. Just want to make sure that that's okay.
I think that we're willing to comply with what's ever required. We'll try our best, and I think that we can definitely try to commit to it.
Okay. Thank you.
So Charlotte, have you read the operation and maintenance plan? And it has that in there?
Yep, just reread it. Yep, it's all in there.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? No? Comments from the audience? So before oh, this is a stormwater permit. Are there any conditions anyone's concerned about? No? Okay. With no comments or questions, I'm going to make a motion to issue a stormwater permit 22-19 for 55 South Main Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay. That was our last hearing of the night. But now I'm gonna postpone minutes for the time being. Let's get on to show cause hearings, please. We have two this evening. The first one is a continuation from March 23rd for 147 South Main Street. Do we have?
So unfortunately, the applicant had a tragic event, and they requested a continuance to April 27th.
Okay, I drove by the site again today. They've now, in the same 50-foot buffer, they dumped all the trap rock for their rain garden or detention area. I'm not really sure what you want to call it. I think the tree was cut down. You could probably tell me the date of that better than I can, but it's got to be at least 3 weeks ago, if not 4. They're just kicking this down the road and laughing at us the whole way. So, after our last hearing, Charlotte, I said that, we'd wait until we saw the materials they sent. They sent materials. The materials that they sent give them no rights to be, disturbing the 50-foot buffer. And, and they really have little or no, I was looking for a particular piece of paper. They have little or no concern for what they're doing, which is just using a 50-foot buffer just like anything else. I don't know what everyone else feels like, but I kind of feel like they really they're setting a new precedent for the town of Cohasset. I mean, do what you want.
What are we talking about? I'm sorry. Well, which one?
147 South Main Street across
Ah.
from the church.
Yeah,
So, you know, the engineer, from what we hear is,
Yeah, actually, sorry, Greg, I'm gonna allow you to talk real quick. Greg has Morse been out to survey the property? I know that was where we last left off from the first portion of this show cause hearing to redelineate where the limit of work is on site.
Sure, I don't know that we've been on to survey it or not. I know
Okay.
that both myself and Mr. Hassett have told the applicant there that he's over his property line and beyond the limit of work. I know that.
Yep. Okay.
well, okay. I mean, I'm kind of the opinion that if we need to, we should tell him that he has to bring in a third-party surveyor to confirm. He, you know, what's going on in the 50-foot is it's really a mess. I mean, he's got really bad soil in there. It's constantly flooding. There's a lot of rain right now. It's going to be completely compacted. You know, mitigation. I don't think we'll ever get a mitigation plan, and he's going to keep fighting that the tree that was removed was his tree in the first place. So I don't. I kind of think that something has to be done in order to make them understand that this is not acceptable behavior.
Do we have grounds for an enforcement order?
I believe we do.
Yeah, I mean, recapping a little bit, I think, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I think they were open to replacing the tree, but I don't know. Obviously, we don't have anything right now, so we don't have a mitigation plan. We don't have any update on obviously our concerns with you know, resurveying the limit of work, restoring the area in the 50-foot buffer, pushing vehicles back to not further disturb the 50-foot buffer. So we do need updates, and enforcement options are always available to the commission. So there's a couple ways to do this. You know, we could either obviously go with soft or hard enforcement by giving a certain deadline, or we could do an enforcement order emphasizing those deadlines. And the enforcement order typically will, you know, either issue consequences if the work is not done, or whatever the enforcement order requires is not done by a certain deadline. So at least with enforcement orders, we, you know, obviously need to be very specific of what we want, when we want it, and just going from there. But I know the applicant did request a continuance, so I don't know if we want to notify him that we are going to do an enforcement order, but yeah, I know the applicant they did ask for a continuance, so just I'm not sure what's the most kosher to issue one without them present when they said they wanted to continue, or if we want to just email them saying we're doing this on the 27th and voting on an enforcement order or something like that. I'm not sure.
I think I could finish that project by the 27th.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a joke. The whole thing's a joke. You know.
Charlotte, maybe consult with council to see what they suggest
Yeah.
for that situation.
Well, we did.
Oh, okay.
We did talk to council. Council suggested that maybe it's time to go with an enforcement order.
I just
I
meant
mean-
that specifically when Charlotte said, should we wait till they come back, or should we issue it now? That's what I was referring to.
Well,
If there's some reason.
The whole purpose for the show cause in the first place was we felt that they were in violation of the permit that was given to them. They came in front of us. They told us that Morse Engineering was not available to verify the survey, and that they had documentation that suggested that they had the rights to do what they were doing. And they provided that documentation. It does not give them any rights. Council has confirmed that. And so, I mean, it's just, you know, we're at a situation where we can either let them continue to abuse the 50-foot buffer,
no.
for which they have no jurisdiction over. And if that's the case, then let's all resign.
right.
Or we give him 48 hours to get his trucks out of there and a mitigation plan. Or we issue a cease and desist and start levying fines. I mean, that's what it really comes down to.
Mhm.
Because if you're gonna wait 3 more weeks, then why
Yeah.
bother ever doing anything? We can
Yeah, I
just,
agree.
I mean, if we're gonna wait 3 more weeks, we might as well just close the show cause hearing and call it a night.
Okay.
I mean, that's my feeling. I don't mean to tell other people how they feel, but that's how I feel.
I agree.
That makes, yeah,
I agree.
also,
Okay.
I agree.
Well, everyone's in agreement, Charlotte, then.
Yep, no, that's fine. I mean, okay, so, we want within 48 hours, the trucks moved out of the 50-foot buffer. And when do we want a mitigation plan? And when do we want the limit of work delineated, to clearly show where he's supposed to be? So it sounds like we wanted the trucks moved out in 48 hours. And what kind of timelines do we want for mitigation and restoration of the 50-foot buffer? And then lastly, you know,
By noon on Friday next week.
moving the trucks?
No, 48 hours to move the trucks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a minute.
By
And the building materials that have been dumped in the 50.
and the building materials that have been dumped in there. And by noon on Friday of next week, which is when town hall closes, he's got to have a mitigation plan on how he's going to restore the 50-foot buffer and what he's proposing to do for that tree. And since Greg's still listening, I'll just mention that a 4-inch red maple doesn't make up for a 36-inch tree that was removed.
Completely understand that.
Oh, you're still talking too. huh?
Sorry. Okay, sorry. So 48 hours, move equipment and materials outside a 50-foot buffer entirely by noon next Friday, providing a mitigation plan with replacement of the oak tree that was removed. And then do we want to specify 1-to-1, 2-to-1 caliper size, or do we just want to say mitigation plan and leave it up to them?
Well, the town has not yet said whether or not they want to collect damages for that tree.
Yeah,
The town
can
needs,
say,
the town needs to weigh in on that.
okay,
If the-
so
if
we
the
can
ta-
say
if-
that a
if the-
mitigation plan after consulting with the town?
Yeah, if the town doesn't want to collect damages for it.
Yeah.
And leaves it up to conservation.
Yep.
Then I think what we can propose is, you know, a very large, I don't think there's room for multiple trees there because of the way the pipe is and such.
Mhm.
But we could, I think we propose one very nice, you know, shade tree to go back in there. And
One of those new American chestnuts.
no, I haven't seen those.
I think they're
Resistant.
I think they're available, but I'm not sure.
Oh, they probably aren't big enough yet.
Well, yeah, let's a large contribution to the tree fund too, maybe.
I'd love to see that instead. I mean, you know, I shared with Charlotte some different calculators for what that tree is worth, and it's worth quite a bit of money.
Yeah, that sounds good. Instead of a $300 red maple from the nursery.
Well, I was thinking a little more than that in the first place.
Yeah.
But even still, I think, yeah, I think that that's fair.
So.
I don't know, again, I don't know if it's, I don't know if the town's willing to do that, but I don't think we as a commission can do it, but.
Sure send a message, wouldn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that by noon Friday next week, we want a mitigation plan submitted to me for the, April 27th meeting. For, mitigation plan for the replacement of the tree that was removed after further consultation with the town on,
Mitigation plan for the entire 50-foot buffer.
okay, yeah, for mitigation plan for the 50-foot buffer.
in-
After further consultation with the town about any reparations and restoration to town property.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and,
So does that include a cease and desist until he's complied?
depends.
I would say the cease and desist goes into effect at noon on Friday if he hasn't complied.
Yeah,
There you go.
give them a
And-
timeline.
And he has to have the property staked and delineated properly. Both
Okay.
the property line and the 50-foot buffer.
Greg, is that feasible by noon next Friday or?
That's absolutely feasible on my end.
All right,
Yeah.
that sounds good. Property line and 50-foot buffer delineated by noon Friday. Next Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, do you need to vote on that one?
We need to vote?
To issue
Okay.
enforcement order, yes.
Okay.
I mean, as an
That's
agent,
fine.
I always have that ability, and then I always have to ratify it at the next meeting like I would with an emergency.
Okay.
service
All right, so I'd like to take a roll call vote to ratify the,
issue.
the what?
We're not ratifying, you're
Oh.
issuing one.
Oh, to issue a enforcement order if conditions are not met. Will Ashton?
Ashton,
Need a
aye.
second first?
Oh, do I
Wait,
need?
sorry,
a
wait.
second?
Wait, sorry, I'm confused. We're issuing an enforcement order now with those conditions, right? Or are we saying that, yeah, because that's what an enforcement order is.
Okay, so I make a motion to
Sorry.
issue an enforcement order with the conditions as we discussed. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and second, take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Okay. Is that it, Charlotte, for that one?
Yes, for that one,
Okay.
yes.
We have another show cause hearing tonight for 692 Jerusalem Road, continued from March 2nd, 2023.
And then I believe we have the applicant's counsel. And Will, please correct me if you're not here for that. Are you here for 692 Jerusalem Road?
All right. Were you talking to me?
Yeah, sorry. Are you here for 692 Jerusalem Road?
Yes, and I was technically also here for
Yeah, I
Sandy
wasn't
Beach,
sure
but I
about that
didn't-
one, so I'm
didn't
sorry.
have any. I didn't have anything to add really beyond.
Okay,
what they
sorry. I
said,
didn't know
so.
if I should promote you or not for the last show cause, so I apologize for that. But you said you don't have any comments.
Sorry, I was here for Sandy Beach. I was not technically here for Skiabo because I was under the impression it was continued, but
Yep.
based on your conclusions here, I don't think there was anything I could have added. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for 692 Jerusalem, just to refresh the commission's memory, we had received a report from the building inspector that a stone retaining wall was going up in the front yard in front of an addition that was previously issued by a building permit. And originally, the building permit had a small addition that at the moment was not increasing net impervious on the site by 500 square feet or more. However, with the construction of the retaining wall, that did push it over the limit for a stormwater permit. So the building inspector had put a stop work order on the construction of the stone retaining wall. And I believe that Will, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if that wall is going to be taken down. We had, as a commission from the last show cause hearing, we had asked for, basically a plan of, the addition with the wall with any disturbance in the front yard, since the front yard has been currently disturbed right now. And so the applicant has, now provided from an engineer an existing condition site plan with a letter, basically specifying that the land disturbance did not total to 5,000 square feet and that the work is not exceeding the requirements for an administrative or a full stormwater permit. Since they reduced impervious with the addition, they reduced another area elsewhere on the house. So they brought it below 500 square feet. And I can pull up the plans that you guys can see it, but Will, do you have anything else to add? That it doesn't sound like they need a stormwater permit here, but my one clarification question that the letter did not specify is, are they going to remove that retaining wall? Because I don't know if that would put them over what's currently on the site for the addition work.
Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that. The applicant is not on right now. I can see if.
I know, unfortunately, they're not. Yeah.
I can see if I can reach him quickly and see if he can hop on. He said he would be available if you
Okay.
prefer, but that may take a minute for me to just do that.
Okay.
You want me to?
Mr. Chair, do you want to clarify that? That's not what the letter doesn't say anything about the retaining wall. So that's what just want to confirm.
There's a plan to go with this, correct?
Yeah, let me pull up the plan. Sorry. It's an existing conditions plan. So the addition that the building inspector had issued a previous building permit for was this in the front of the home, and it was 517 square feet. However, they reduced, trying to see where they reduced. I think it was around here that they reduced some of the existing building. So they put it under the 500 square feet of a net increase of impervious. And then the disturbed area he's highlighting here is 4,210 square feet. And then with the addition, I don't know, wait. Hold on.
So Charlotte, the reduction in impervious is at the southern end of the parcel?
Okay. Were they down here? The garage?
Little further.
Oh,
There it
here.
is.
Oh, okay, so they reduced this.
That
Was
was
this a
raised.
shed?
I believe it was described as a. It was described as it was just described as a building in the documents I was provided. So I assume it was a shed. Yes.
So this was taken out with the same building permit or?
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, the 517 minus 294.
Are you looking at Google Earth by any chance?
I'm getting there. I'm looking at near map.
Okay.
And then the engineer was clarifying in his letter that the total land alteration, including the addition, is 4,727 square feet under the 5,000 square foot requirement. So the slope that the front yard area that was disturbed was 4,210 square feet plus the 517 square feet, which was 47. What did he say? 47. 4,727 square feet.
Yeah, it looks like there was a shed there, all right,
Okay,
and it's. Can't measure anything with this, but yeah, that's all consistent with what I see here.
okay. The one question I had for Will, and I guess the applicant, and I'm sorry to make this difficult, but in doing the quick math here, and I apologize, I haven't had as much time to review this letter as I would have liked, but 4,210 plus the 517 addition, technically plus this, which is a removal of impervious, in total, that would be over 5,000 square feet of alteration. I'm not sure if the engineer included this in their analysis, but technically the removal of impervious is considered an alteration on the site. Even if it's for, alteration doesn't always mean a bad thing, but number wise, I guess I'm just confused with that. Like if they're including this to throw off the net increase in impervious on the site. So you would technically add this number to the total alteration, which I think was 5,021 square feet with the addition plus the disturbed area. And then the retaining wall would be my other question of, is this wall intended to stay? Or is it?
So he's calling me right now. If I mute you for a moment, I can maybe get the
Okay.
answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Isn't there on that addition, isn't there a door like 5 feet above the ground or something?
Sorry, where?
In that addition,
Mhm.
like, isn't
This
the
addition
whole,
right here.
yeah, isn't the whole idea that that retaining wall was gonna raise the grade so that,
Yes,
I think so, yes.
so that it,
At least in
Came
here,
out.
in this area between the addition and the wall, I think that was gonna be graded, but I remember from what the applicant said with the first hearing that I don't think he intended to change the grading in this front yard. It was mostly disturbed for construction, but I don't think he intends to change grade here, but the grading in between the wall and the addition, I think was being altered.
right, so they could walk out. I think.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
The door to the,
oh yeah, it says top of wall.
Mhm.
All right. The answer as to the retaining wall is no changes are happening to the retaining wall. None were intended.
Okay,
So I'm also sending him the Zoom link now because I guess he didn't have it.
okay,
And he is gonna hop on. I just need to
okay. Hold on one sec. I'll look for him in the audience.
pull your instructions. All right. All right. So I'm sorry, while I was talking to him, I could not hear what else you were saying. So was there
We,
anything else?
We were just trying to recollect the grading that was done on site, and I think Peter can correct us if we are not remembering. But I think some grading was changed between the addition and the retaining wall, but that that he wasn't intending to change grade outside of the retaining wall in the front yard, I think. But there definitely was a little bit of regrading between the wall and the addition. Don't see him yet.
And just to sort of answer your question about the disturbed area, I agree with you that adding up the numbers as they are here, if that area where the shed was removed counts as disturbed, then I think we do get to a number over 5,000, and but I would need to check with the engineer as to how their calculation was done.
Okay,
It's not clear from his work whether he included that area, so.
yeah, he definitely mentions in the letter the removal of the building formerly located at the Sutherland, reducing the net increase in impervious to 223 square feet. But then he said the total land alteration, including the addition, is 4,727. And that's the total you get when you add the 4,210 plus the 517 square foot addition. So I'm just judging from this letter. I'm not sure the removal of the 294 square feet of the impervious building was added. I think he was obviously concerned with the net increase. So they've definitely shown that. And then I would imagine even if you do add the stone retaining wall, I don't know if that is enough to put it over that net increase for the 500 square feet, if he's planning to keep the wall. I'm sorry, I still don't see him in the audience yet. Not sure if,
Check with him. I apologize for this.
sorry.
Yeah,
He asked
let's-
if-
why don't we move on?
Do we want to, I guess, do we want to continue to the 27th, or do we want to just
Well,
table it a little bit, switch to the COC and
What,
come
what are
back
we,
to it?
what are we trying to get to on this? Whether or not he needs a stormwater permit?
Correct, yes. We do have two people still in the audience for the COC. Did we want to? Oh, there he is. He just jumped on, actually. Perfect timing. Hey, Peter, can you hear us? You're muted. Hi, Peter, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hi, how are you?
Hello. Sorry, late night.
Sorry.
So
Helping my wife put the kids to bed. Sorry about that.
that's okay. So Peter, I guess just following up on the letter and the existing condition site plan we received, unless the commission had any other questions, my only question was at least adding up the removal of the shed with the addition, with the land disturbance in the front yard, it does total to over 5,000 square feet. I think it's 5,021. And then it sounds like you're not planning to remove the wall. So I would just want to double check it wasn't increasing net impervious by 500 square feet, because the letter says it's a 200, what did I say, 233 square foot reduction overall, but he didn't mention the wall. But at least according to the numbers on the site plan, it looks like there is a 5,000 square foot disturbance. So I don't know if your engineer is able to clarify that a little bit further in his letter, or.
I'm not sure, honestly. I mean, the wall was, where it was built, it was lowered, and we removed a gardener's building that was, basically falling apart in the back as part of the original permitting process. And I'm just going by what, the engineers we hired. So I'm not entirely sure what, I can only go by what the engineer said. Sorry, so. And we'll do whatever we need to do. It just, I didn't,
Did the commission have any other comments? Do we want to reconfirm with the engineer whether or not 5,000 square feet was disturbed? At least, unless someone's misinterpreting it differently, at least based off of the plan in the letter, I don't know if the engineer included the reduction of 294 square feet in the alteration calculations.
And I'm happy to reach out and get that clarification. I think that should be easy to find out, so.
I do know one thing, that the reduction of the 294 square, I don't have anything in front of me, somewhere in that vicinity was removed. And it
Yes.
was put on an as-built and like kind of whatever it is, survey or whatever it is, and submitted to you, Charlotte. So I'm not here to state whether it was or wasn't, but it was submitted to you, so
Mhm.
there was less than, you know, the 500 square feet. And I can only go by what, you know, the engineers say about the disturbance of 5,000 square feet or more, so.
Right. Okay, well, why don't we get the engineer to qualify or quantify where he got his numbers from? And Charlotte, based on that, we can move forward.
Okay,
All right.
can I just continue to the 27th to clarify that?
Yes, but if he comes back and says, oh, I've recalculated.
Yep.
Then ask him please for a AutoCAD plan that we can actually measure off of the way he's doing.
An AutoCAD plan? Okay.
May I ask a question? Because what I was given, and I wasn't even, you know, supposed to be on this meeting, but what I was given was a plan, like for the stormwater, you know, plan and so forth. And a letter that said that this is what our calculations are. This is why, this is what was removed. This is what was disturbed. And this is what was not disturbed. Does the, you know, Conservation Commission not have that?
We
And
do,
I'm
we
sorry
do,
for
we,
asking that.
we do have it. But
Okay.
what Charlotte discovered was that while the increase in impervious is under 500 square feet, when you add up the areas that are shown on the drawing and referenced in the memo, there is a land disturbance area, there is a addition disturbance area, and there's a shed removal disturbance area. But it does not seem like those numbers add up to the number which he has given us. So we just want to clarify it. Based on Charlotte's quick math, it's actually over 5,000 square feet, which would trigger a application being necessary. And we'll just get confirmation from the engineer one way or another, and we'll go from there.
Okay, well, I know it was required of us to remove the old building in the back to move forward. And that was the first thing we did. So whatever's required, we're gonna do anyway. So
right.
I'm not,
okay.
So I just don't, this is not my expertise. So I have to just rely on the people who are, you know, giving you the information.
Very good. So we are going to continue until April 27th.
Well, thank you.
All right, thank
And
you.
sorry that I was upstairs talking to my girls, so.
Understood. Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you very much.
Take care.
Okay, our next order of business tonight is a certificate of compliance for stormwater permit 1638 at 15 Diab Lane.
Hi, Andrew. Hi, Greg. Thanks for sticking around.
No problem. I can speak to this, or do you want to speak to this, Charlotte?
Whatever's easiest, I can just quickly go through my findings and questions, or if you want to start, and then I can follow up, whatever's easier.
Sure. Yeah, I'll give you a quick rundown. Greg Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering, representing Andrew Gallagher, who's the builder at the property. This is a request for a certificate of compliance at 15 Diab Lane. This was a stormwater permit that was issued by the commission in 2022. This project was originally permitted in 2017 for the former property owner, Matt Shannon. Mr. Gallagher purchased it in 2022. Morse Engineering submitted a plan at that time to revise the site to the home that Mr. Gallagher wanted to build. He has built that site in substantial compliance with that approved plan from 2022. The stormwater at the site was mitigated through construction of a crushed stone swale, which directed water to a catch basin along Howe Road, implementation of a roof dry well area, a pervious driveway at the front of the site, and rather significant landscaping. Landscaping plans had been submitted as part of the original design as well. That landscaping plan outlined a very detailed limit of work, which specifically had trees and vegetation to remain. That limit of work was held throughout the site. The existing vegetation that was to remain is all in place today. In addition to that, Mr. Gallagher has done all of the proposed landscape plantings. I believe he provided a plant list inventory to Charlotte of what got planted at the site. Again, all in compliance with the original design. The operation and maintenance plan for this site was recorded at the Norfolk Registry of Deeds. I think you're in good shape, hopefully, to issue a certificate. He has a closing coming up at the end of this month and would like to record the certificate prior to that. I'll turn it over to you.
Charlotte, what can you tell us?
Okay, so I'm pulling up this is the approved plan, and just so that the commission's aware, this is a slightly different version from the original 2017 site plan. We had previously approved back in January 2022 some minor changes, which included a reduced house footprint. So this is just for reference, the current plan that we use to evaluate compliance. And so just so I can pull this up, and then I'll show you guys the as-built. Some of the changes that I had noted while walking the site with Andrew, the driveway, the gravel driveway, although the grading is pretty much the same, it's just in a slightly different location. So the driveway from what you see here is just shifted a little bit closer to this ledge outcrop right here. So a little bit right here, if you guys can see my cursor. Overall, it's still the same general layout. It was just shifted a tad closer. On the as-built plan, which I'll pull up after this, just so give you guys, just to look at what this looks like. The ledge outcrops on the as-built look smaller than the plan that you're seeing right now. I did clarify with Andrew on site that the ledge outcrops here in the front of the house, along the side here, and then along the, so mostly these right here. These were not removed. Really what was done was he had placed some loam and mulch and suitable materials for planting. And, again, he's provided a final planting list. So these ledge outcrops were not chipped or removed than what was originally, permitted. So they're just covered. I did uncover, some of the dirt just to, double check that. So those were not removed. The deck is in a slightly different location, and the stair orientation is just a little bit different. So you'll see on the as-built that it's pushed a little bit further north here to align with this northwest corner. But overall, around the same size, and it is a pervious deck. And then the stormwater stone swale along Howe Road has been installed, and the stormwater system connects to that. And Andrew, I just wanted to clarify that, that easement between 9 and 15, because the stone swale does continue to 9 and 15, that has been recorded.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute that. Hi, everyone. Sorry, say that one more time, Charlotte.
Sorry, can you just confirm that the stone swale, along 15 and then 9 as well, that easement stormwater, for this shared stormwater system, was that recorded as well? I know
We're working on getting that recorded. I was on the phone with my lawyers quite a bit today, so they're in the next few days they'll be recorded.
Okay, thank you. And then some of my last comments, obviously, we're just noting the slight differences in the original landscape plan versus what is currently on site in the as-built. And then, as Greg kind of stated, the original landscape plan was with the original house footprint design. So the exact orientation of where the plantings could go was no longer feasible with this new house footprint. However, again, he has provided a final planting list with a lot of native and non-native species that were from the original planting list. So, you know, he has that for reference if anyone has questions. And then my only remaining questions were the stone wall that was, you know, now you guys, I'll pull up the as-built so that you guys can see it. There was a small stone wall that was constructed right here. And this was on the original landscape plan. So this was like a stone boulder wall that's just behind the deck. And then this stone wall right here between 9 and 15, there was a stone wall around the rear side of 9 Diab, and it was just extended a little to 15 here. But then other than that, the only questions that I just had for Greg were just any of the grading changes. Greg, do you have any concerns? You know, just looking at the approved plan, overall, the front is right here consistent. It's just the grading here in front of the home was just higher than the approved plan and just a little bit higher in the back. And I guess my question for you is, does that impact any stormwater runoff? Like, do you have any concerns with that with just some of the slight grading changes on the, I think this is the west side and the east side in front of the home?
Yeah, no, I don't have any concern with those changes because it's not altering materially the direction of the flow or rechannelizing the flow to a different location where it wasn't already going. It's all headed generally toward the top left of this page, toward Howe Road. The change in grade isn't going to alter that in any significant fashion. No.
Okay, and then you don't have any concerns about this stone wall
No.
that was extended from 9 to 15? Would
No,
that,
so
because the
you're-
roof drain, everything connects here. I just didn't know if that would change runoff between, you know, the southern side of the home.
Yeah, so on the original design there coming off of the garage, it was just shown as a slope down the side there. This site obviously had significant ledge removed from the foundations. That ledge was reused on the site. And rather than grading off that area, they built a small retaining wall between the two lots. Again, it doesn't change the direction of the runoff. It doesn't concern me in any way that it would have any drainage impact at the site. No.
And that was it. I don't know if the commission has any other follow-up questions, or let me know if you guys want to see the as-built again too.
Is that stone filled trench going to be covered in any way?
No, it's an exposed riprap trench.
And what's in the easement?
So the easement is for the fact that 9 Diab Lane drains over that small corner portion.
No, I'm sorry. There's an easement drawn on the top of the plan.
Oh, the 12-foot wide easement across the lot.
Yeah.
That's a record easement that exists out at this property. I'm not aware of any utilities or anyone that physically has access through there, but it's an old record easement location. So we respected that with respect to the, you know, the house layout. We kept all the work outside of it for the house foundation.
Okay. Is there no walkway to those front stairs?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. That was the last thing. There was a small bluestone pervious walkway that was added. There is degree of separation between the bluestone pavers with a little bit of, I believe, gravel in between each one. So that's why they're calling it pervious on the as-built. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
A rice stone filler.
A rice stone filler?
Yep.
Okay. And yeah, as you guys can
And
see,
after you drive over the site for a year and a half, it's very pervious. Hmm. Any questions from anyone? No? I'll make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for stormwater permit 1638 at 15 Diab Lane.
Second,
Have a motion and a second. We'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Bill, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 500. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
I'd like to take a vote for approval of minutes for February 2nd, 2023, February 16th, 2023, and March 2nd, 2023. Does anyone have any comments on those? I believe everyone was here for, Will might have missed one. But for those you were at, I'd like everyone to, I'd like them to make a motion to approve minutes.
Second,
Having a motion and a second, I'll ask everyone to vote only on those that they were at. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, I.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 500. Agent updates.
All right, I'll be really quick with these. 49 Border Street started construction, and they're good to go. Recorded order, pre-construction visit. 87 124 Elm, I've been in contact with the applicant and the contractor about just cleaning up their erosion control barriers. They've definitely gotten a little beat up towards the entrance and some pockets there, so working with them on that. And then 1 Pleasant Street, same
Wait,
thing.
weren't they supposed to, did they ever give us the planting plan?
Yes, yeah, they did.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Sorry.
Then 1 Pleasant, same thing. They cleaned out the catch basins because I had some concerns that they were filling up. And I'm talking to them about updating erosion barrier, but as you guys can see, the building is pretty much up by now. So that one went up really quickly. So they're just kind of finishing that up. They do have to wait for the storm scepter, which takes months to develop because it was custom designed for the capacity for the site. So they're still waiting for that. And then for other updates, I'm sorry, guys, a lot came up this week, work and personal stuff. So I wasn't able to finish the conditions boilerplate, but I will definitely try to do it by the end of the month. And then open meeting law, as you guys can see, you know, we can still do remote meetings. They extended it until 2025. I don't know.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know if they're just gonna make it a permanent thing in open meeting law to be flexible. So I think they just keep kicking it down the curb. Some boards are meeting hybrid, some boards are still completely remote. So we're just allowed to be flexible. And then grant applications, just so you guys know, we submitted a grant application to replace 3 municipal culverts along Turkey Hill Run. Tom and a bunch of us from DPW walked Turkey Hill Run to see what the status of the culverts was. And there's 1 on Cedar, 1 on Lamberts, and 1 on Clark Drive. Clark Drive is the one that was in the most dire need of repair. So we submitted a grant to Department of Ecological Restoration, DER, to see if we can get some money to replace those culverts, or at the very least evaluate them and submit for permitting. So you guys hopefully may or may not see some updates from me later this year. And then also we are applying for a CZM water quality habitat grant. And the good news is one of the projects that qualifies is bylaw updates. So since I've already started tearing things apart, I actually reached out to Weston and Sampson for quotes of how much it would cost for them to look at our stormwater stuff. And we just had discussions today with our grant writing coordinators that we can expand this to include wetlands bylaws. We can, you know, if we want to hire professionals, we're actually having a chat with someone from CZM next week. So we definitely want to, you know, if we can get the money to do this, do a massive overhaul, like let's just do it now. So fingers crossed that that potentially will go well. And then I think that'll be really helpful for town meeting. If we say that we had a grant, we had professionals look at it, edit it, we voted on everything, and we're bringing it to town meeting with a lot of justification. So really hopeful for that.
Yeah,
That's great.
excellent.
It'll be slower, but I think it'll be worth it in the long run. And in the meantime, I can still update our regulations, and I can definitely tweak it to whatever we want. So while we wait for the grant, I can give them maybe a slightly updated version, even if I'm only able to squeeze a couple things in. I'll do whatever I can so that we can at least update our regulations and then work on everything else through a grant if we get it. So yeah.
Wonderful.
Yep, working on it. I'm in grant writing mode now. Just the DER grant was my first one, full disclosure, so only gonna get better from here.
Thank
And
you.
then Last but not least, unfortunately, so town meeting is May 1st. That is the one and only day that I decided to actually take a vacation day. So I've not really taken a vacation since I started this job, and I'm going to a wedding. Is there anybody who might be able to cover me with presenting the stormwater bylaw edits? I know it's a lot, and town meeting is, you know, an in-person meeting. But I mean, I can try to run it remotely. I don't know if I can, but I don't know if there's anybody who.
Sounds like a
wants to
job for
cover.
the chairman.
What was that?
No,
Sounds like a job for the chairman.
I don't think I'm available.
On May 1st, yeah. I could try to get council to do it. I don't know if they do that. I can talk to them. I
Yeah,
can
let's
try to
let's see
prepare.
if they'll do it.
Okay, if not, I will prepare.
Is it a
statements to you
Monday? Is it a
guys.
Monday?
It's a Monday, yeah. I was like, did you have to pick a Monday? Why? I don't. Get-
Hmm.
Is town meeting normally on a Monday?
I think it is actually.
Ew. All right. Sorry, I didn't know the date for town meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want me up there. They not enough
No,
people.
it's not
not
that.
enough people
I
like
actually
me.
had no idea.
I'd have to wear a costume.
Flights were close to
We'll get you one.
$1,000 and what was that?
We'll get him one, a costume.
Thanks.
He said he'd have.
Put a
Yeah.
mask on.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm sorry, guys. If anyone's able to do it, I will try to write up a speech and make it really easy for you guys. Whoever talks, if it's not council, you really only have to
Let's
speak for a
vote
couple
on
minutes.
Eric. Let's all
Yeah,
vote.
let's
Put it on
yeah,
Eric.
let's-
Yeah, he's not here.
His,
Put it on
his
him.
parting
Yeah.
gesture to us.
Let's.
Oh, geez.
Uh,
Yep. Or last, you know, I can ask someone from town hall to do it, but obviously they're gonna be not as
Let's-
good as council.
Let's ask council. We'll go
All
with
right.
that.
Yep. Other than that,
Yeah.
34 Bancroft Road, just so you guys know, that I'm just gonna keep kicking this down the curb until they get us updates. They haven't reached out. I asked them to confirm a continuance. They never got back to me, so I'm just gonna keep putting it on the agenda until they can update everything on site and come back to us with an updated COC.
Yeah.
So just if you see that one on the agenda, that's because I just keep kicking it down the curb.
Okay.
That's it.
Any 48-hour issues?
Chris, actually, we have one. So Chris texted me yesterday. There was somebody at 55 Pleasant Street who got a building permit for a pool just under the 500 square feet requirement. I think it was like 448. They were discharging groundwater into the catch basin, so we immediately stopped that. And they're now going to be infiltrating it on site rather than dumping it into a catch basin because that is not allowed.
Oh, they
without
they have a pool.
They're putting in a pool. And the pool was
oh.
14 by 23, so it wasn't 500 square feet or more. But they're not allowed to obviously just dump groundwater directly into a catch basin without filtration. So we stopped that and said, you know, you can't do that. And you have to either filter it and consult with DPW, or you have to infiltrate it on site. So sounds like they're going to keep it infiltrated on site. We also said, and don't you dare go into the creek in the back of the house. So Chris, that message I hope was clearly delivered.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do we want to bring them in for a show cause? Because technically that is a violation of our stormwater permit or bylaw. We have a lot of show cause hearings next meeting. That's why I'm asking you guys.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep an eye on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to keep an eye on them.
I
I've
mean,
never heard of that
it may be
contractor. It's like
tempting to them
Crystal
to-
Pools.
To divert it to the creek. They may be
Yeah.
tempted to divert. So,
Yeah. If I see that they're diverting it to the creek, that's a cease and desist and
How
enforcement.
much water are they making there, you know?
I'm not sure.
They're definitely below the water table. They get the creek in the back, so. I would say, good amount.
So what are they got a trash pump running there that's pulling it out or what?
Yeah,
Yeah, they were pumping it out of the hole that they were digging for the pool and just had a pipe going right into the street, and it was just trickling down into the catch basin. It's like,
it was like mud.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Mhm.
They could be loading it into a tanker, carrying it outside.
Mhm.
Yeah, because re-infiltrating it.
Yeah, how are they gonna, how do they think they're going to infiltrate this water? I don't think so.
And I thought that.
Ground's already saturated.
I thought you
It's not
needed
gonna go in. It's
nifties.
just gonna run off.
Well, sorry, what was that, Chris?
I didn't think a filter bag was like like considered treatment. I thought you like anything discharged to a stormwater needed like a permit.
Yeah, so you need at least, I'm not sure about NIPD's, but you need an EPA general construction permit with a stormwater prevention and pollution plan. And at least for Elm Street, for example, because they were allowed to discharge, they had to install a filtration bag to prevent any sedimentation from going into the catch basin. So they had to have a large sedimentation bag. They actually had two installed, one at 124, one at 87. And when they were pumping the water, it was going through the bag first. And then after that, it would go, you know, into the catch basins in a cleaner form to reduce, you know, sedimentation in there. But they did have to get a permit. You're correct. I'm not sure about NIPD's, but at least for the EPA, they needed one. And then they also obviously have to consult DPW. DPW obviously has the power to say, no, you cannot do that.
Which house is 55?
It's
Bottom of the hill.
What's
It's
that?
like- it's right at the bottom of the hill on the left if you're going down towards town. It's like right as it just about the bottom. It's not the intersection. It's probably like 5 houses up from the intersection of
Okay. All right.
but it's a little white house. It's like right next to
What's the address?
55 Pleasant.
55 Pleasant.
my hood. I was patrolling, you know.
That's good. That's good. I
Oh,
like
thank
that.
you. We appreciate it. I appreciate it. I was like, yes, thank you. The photo is perfect. That's all I need, you know?
Okay, any other issues? Any
Can I
other
bring up
business?
something? Just,
Please.
it's not a major issue, but
Please.
regarding like when applicants, if applicants should go, regarding the order of procedure for applicants to get their different permits, whether it's planning board, then to us, et cetera. I noticed in the in our regulations in section 3, there's this section called application procedure. And under point 1, it says applicant must first apply for all other permits required at the local level before coming to
Yes.
us.
Mhm.
And the third point is, and then the applicant shall submit to the commission all environmental information provided to any other approving board in the town. The applicant shall also submit to the commission all permits received from any other approving board in the town relative to the proposal. So I obviously had read that before, but had forgotten that. So doesn't that kind of settle the question of how the applicant should proceed in getting permits? It says here that they should come to our commission last. They should get everything else and come to us last. So these are in our regulations, and so shouldn't those stand? Shouldn't we be following that?
Are they in the
Yeah,
bylaws or the regulations?
That's in the regulations.
Regulations.
Yeah, but I think it actually says that they have to apply. It doesn't say they have to get.
Yeah, that's
approved.
the tough part. So they have to apply to like planning, zoning, everybody before coming to us. And that obviously has not been consistent. The 2 boards that I think that are almost consistently not done are sewer and water and all those other like smaller boards. Usually a lot of applicants have already applied to planning and zoning if they have to by the time they come to us. And they definitely have a scheduled review date around the time that they come to us. But the problem is like all those other boards, you know, like Board of Health, sewer, water.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think people have consistently applied to those. And sometimes the tricky part is, you know, if you have an applicant or a representative who's experienced, they know what boards to apply to and then it's already done. But sometimes obviously that doesn't happen where people actually have no idea what boards they need. And John Hallen through the building permit tells them what boards they need to go to. And so the tricky part with our language is with the exception of a local building permit, but the way that John has implemented a process, he actually says that you have to get planning, zoning, and Concom approval before going to the other boards. And that's not a bylaw or a regulation, but that's what he's been enforcing since he's been here. That the applicant has to apply for a local building permit first, and then has to go to the big boards, which is like in phase 1. And then in phase 2 goes to the like Board of Health, sewer, water, and all those other boards. So that's the order that, at least from the building perspective, that we're trying to operate. I know that's obviously a little bit conflicting with our regulations language, but at least in a general sense, that sounds like a good idea so that they can get an idea of how many boards they need to apply to and then get approval from the big 3 before going to the others.
So this doesn't apply at all.
I still think it does because every time I review an application, I'm asking, please confirm you've submitted to planning, to zoning, confirm the dates, confirm the status, give the commission updates. But I can definitely keep going, obviously, with sewer and water and Board of Health. The only time, I mean, Board of Health and I, we sit right next to each other in the office, so we're always communicating what projects, especially for septic systems, obviously. But unfortunately with sewer and water, I am very much outside of the loop with those other boards. I'm not sure, you know, when they're needed. Usually it's for new home construction, especially with utilities installations. So that may or may not contradict with John's process. But again, if I'm happy to talk to John and say, do we want them to apply to all the boards and just do it all at once? And then we can maybe make that a little bit clearer.
Yeah. That you're correct. It says they just must apply. But on the third point, it says the applicant shall also submit to the commission all permits received.
No,
from
that we
the other-
should, yeah,
Which
that we
means-
definitely need. I think we need that. And a lot of times by the time they come to us, they've definitely applied, but they don't have the permits. But I still think that it's good for us to get those permits. We ask for the same thing for state permits. So, you know, I can definitely ask, at least on the town's end, I can ask for the permits, but I think it's the applicant's responsibility. So the applicant should be giving them, like the planning and zoning decisions, they should be giving those to us.
Right.
A lot of people assume town just sends everything to everybody. That does not happen. We definitely try our best to communicate, and I'm very close with planning and zoning and building and Board of Health. We're all in that, on that same level of understanding, but the applicant, I think sometimes gets confused they think that the town communicates more for them than, yeah, we don't do that for them. So, yeah.
I think the point of this is that so that we're not wasting our time.
Yeah,
I mean,
agreed.
I agree.
No, agreed. I'll talk to John
and in
about.
light of how many hearings we do and how long our meetings are, it would seem to me that if they did it this way, our meetings might not be as long and
Agreed.
going in circles. So, I mean, it's in the regulations.
Yeah, I agree.
Thought I'd point that out.
I didn't know that.
It's worth asking about.
Speaking of Board of Health, without mentioning any projects, if you're working in a public space and burying a bunch of seaweed, would that be something that might need to be reviewed by Board of Health?
So at least with the bearing of seaweed, I've talked to Board of Health about that, and overall, they're not as concerned with the amount that's buried. What happens with Board of Health is the water is tested for bacterial levels throughout the summer. And if those bacterial levels in the water are too high, they shut down the beach. So if there's a lot of seaweed in the water getting in the water, contributing to those bacterial levels. That's what determines whether or not Board of Health has to shut down the beach until those bacterial levels are back to a safe amount. So at least with the burying, I think they'd prefer burying the seaweed rather than having it go back in the water and.
I think it's less of a problem if it's not buried, honestly, than when it's buried, because that's when it becomes that's when the.
Yeah, no, yeah, I understand. I see both sides, honestly, and I can clarify with her because that's a good question. And I think you brought up some really good points about obviously seaweed stuff is going to get worse over time with climate change. It already is happening with that way, with more mats, more of those giant invasive clouds that are just being dumped on the beaches. And they should, people in general should consider adapting their plans accordingly.
Great fertilizer.
Yeah.
So the bacteria that they're measuring, I can't remember the name. It used to be E. coli, but for saltwater systems, they measure it, do counts of a different kind of bacteria. Enterococcus. I can't remember exactly. Which one it is.
I know this.
And so my question would be, does rotting seaweed harbor the very specific? They only monitor one species or one genus. And it's not clear to me that is generated by rotten seaweed. And if that's the case, and it's not to say that there aren't bacteria associated with rotting seaweed, that's what digests it basically.
Yep,
But
exactly.
it may not be the one they're measuring.
Yeah, E. coli is definitely one of them, and I know the other one, and I can't.
The DEP changed from E. coli some years ago to this other one. And for the life of me, I can't remember what its name is, but
I'll confirm.
The question is, does rotting seaweed, is it an environment where this bacteria is happy and reproduces or not? Because it may not be.
No, I'll double check with Board of Health because those are good questions. I know they still do test, obviously, with the water quality. E. coli is obviously definitely one of the tests that they run. But yeah, in terms of the seaweed itself, what bacterial levels that they're testing from rotting seaweed, if any.
What kind of bacteria? Not the
kind
level.
of bacteria. Okay.
Kind of bacteria.
All right.
Yeah, the levels. Of course, there's bacteria. That's what eats seaweed when it's.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So there's plenty of bacteria. Most of them are, I presume, are not pathogens of any sort.
Correct. Yeah.
So.
Okay, I'll confirm which types of bacteria that they're testing for, and if those are related to rotting seaweed or not. So I'll look into that. Yeah, I know the answer. I cannot think of it right now. I don't have a brain anymore after this meeting.
Charlotte, did you get a chance to call that woman?
No, I will call her tomorrow. Sorry. She's on my list next to you.
It's a 48-hour issue that
Okay.
neither of us know what it is. So
Oh, okay. Did she give an address by any chance? I'll call her tomorrow. I just didn't
it's
know your message.
I think it's
No, I don't know that.
Enterococcus. Sorry.
Enterococcus.
Oh yeah, it's gross. It's right on.
The Chitticks used to live on the common. I don't know if that's the same Chittick. Their daughter lives. It could be the daughter. The daughter lives.
The daughter lives on South Main.
And it may be. There is a house, I think, on South Main putting an addition on. So
Okay.
it could be them. I'm not
Okay.
sure. If you just follow up, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, sorry. I had a lot of calls today, but I'll call her tomorrow
I
morning.
understand.
Um,
I would prefer not to be speaking with neighbors.
Nope, I get it. I will do it. Yep.
And then all of a sudden I feel like I can't be biased or something, or
Yeah,
non-biased.
yeah. Nope, I agree. I'll do it. Thank you. The daughter lives on 124 South Main, by the way, just for reference.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I don't know which left me the message, but you have the phone number, so.
Yep, I do. Thank you.
Might be the mother turning in the daughter, I'm not sure.
I hope not. That'd be awkward.
So enterococci live in the intestinal tracts of warm-blooded animals, including humans. So that's why they're using it. It's a it's an indicator of contamination.
Mhm.
So if it can't be coming from seaweed.
No,
It's generating plenty of bacteria, but they're not measuring for it.
I know certain
They're not
types of
testing.
seaweed, it can
Seaweed
create,
can cause heightened levels of enterococcus in the water.
Yeah.
So this is a NOAA article I'm reading.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait till you guys invite me to a cocktail party.
What, we're talking about fecal contamination.
I know. Sounds
Could be more
great.
interesting.
perfect cocktail dinner topic.
Sounds great. You guys want
Um,
to come over for Easter dinner?
At least from a health standpoint, with a lot of the news with seaweed, a lot of it has involved sargassum, and that with high accumulations creates, the sulfur dioxide, I think, right, Tom? And that is a health hazard to people, obviously, especially those with compromised.
Yeah, and it's not, it's actually, that happens when the oxygen's depleted. You end up with H2S, and yeah, it makes your eyes water,
Yep,
your nose burn,
yep.
and it can be toxic at high enough levels.
Yeah, and those massive mats are all hitting Florida right now, and it's detrimental to not just the ecosystem, but obviously to health. So I'm glad we don't have to deal
Palm
with
Beach, I
that
hope.
for now. Was that?
Let's hope they wash up on a certain backyard there, huh?
No comment.
Well, there's already a lot of stink coming from that place, so.
Yeah, right.
Oh, man.
I don't know if we have to,
All right.
yeah, I'll look into that though, because I'm curious with the seaweed of what kind of bacteria levels that Board of Health will be looking for, unless they're just targeting the enterococci bacteria and E. coli. So
I think that's all they have to test for, and that's all they do test for.
yeah, I'll double check with her though. I'd be curious.
Seaweed's not going to generate enterococcus.
No, but the anoxic conditions is definitely concerning. So thank you, Chris and Tom. I think both of you guys brought that up.
Soon as
Because
you
the
bury it, that's
accumulation
when
of
you start
burying
getting-
seaweed will
Yeah.
contribute to those conditions and
It's gonna
harm.
give off hydrogen gas. If you
Yeah.
have enough of it in one place, some parts of that beach could start to smell like rotten eggs.
Mhm.
Or
Yeah.
explode.
Methane.
Don't want that.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn before 11 o'clock.
Yep.
Oh, we made it.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
Thank
guys.
you.
Have a great
Good night.
evening. Have a
Talk
good
to you
Easter.
soon.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Bye.
Bye.